I'm trying to touch the States this time. 2021. Gotta show him I can still rap though.
Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. Run it up. First it with the Beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the back like here I go again. Outside says chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma make, keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8 day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me. I don't need you, boo, I style me. I roll G's and they grind me. Now I'm on my game, nothing is the same. Who am I to blame? Money made me change. Cardi in my ring when I'm switching lanes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Now I got a buck for all those rainy days. Ain't have a day off in like 80 days. I got hustles in like 80 ways. Kids if he won't take a lazy day. Wifey on me told me take a break. I keep going to the paper street. Then it's trips out to Montego Bay. If I take the job, bet I get it done. I said it before, I'm a one-on-one. I just caught some ones, only wearing ones. Fornicate the funds, money made me calm. Diamonds on your neck, bet they on your neck. You want that watch, you better rock a tech. You want that chain, you better cop a vest. You want the check, but can you make it stretch?
I'm trying to touch the States this time. 2021. Gotta show him I can still rap though.
Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. First it with the beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the back like here I go again. Outside says chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8 day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me. I don't need you, boo, I style me. I roll G's and they grind me. Now I'm on my game, nothing is the same. Who am I to blame? Money made me change. Cardi in my ring when I'm switching lanes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Now I got $1 for all those rainy days. Ain't have a day off in like 80 days. I got hustles in like 80 ways. Kids if you won't take a lazy day. Wifey on me told me take a break. I keep going to the paper straight. Then it's trips out to Montego Bay. If I take the job, bet I get it done. I said it before, I'm a one-on-one. I just caught some ones, only wearing ones. Fornicate the funds, money made me calm. Diamonds on your neck, bet they on your neck. You want that watch, you better rock a tech. You want that chain, you better cop a vest. You want the check, but can you make it stretch?
30 teams with 5 teams per qualifier and only 3 qualifiers. We only need 1 winner. Welcome to the Rise of Legion. I'm your caster Crabber3. I'm joined by the wonderful Crips, and I mean, what a way to start a tournament. We have got some of the best teams, not just in APAC, not just in SEA, not just in SA, but in the world. And this is where they duke it out for a lump sum of a hell of a lot of cash.
Yep, $10,000 up for grabs. Now that is quite a lot of money. And facing some of the best teams in the world are going to be underdogs who have had to fight tooth and nail to find their place in the group stage today. We've had 3 qualifiers up until now, 5 teams per qualifier come through from that. So 15 teams have had to fight their way over here. 15 other teams from across the world, the finest of the finest, will be handpicked and invited. And in total, those 30 teams will be duking it out in the group stage of Intel and Lenovo Presents Rise of Legion, followed by the grand finals, which will happen 22nd onwards. So this is quite a lengthy process. And honestly, if there was so much money and so much glory up for grabs, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Absolutely. And when we talk about teams, we've got to talk about Reignite. One of our invited teams. Their presence alone is going to make just the psyche of the rest of the teams actually competing here very, very damn difficult. Now, don't get me wrong, Reignite aren't the only kind of good team to watch out for here. We've also got Revenant, we've got X10, we've got ANT as well. All teams which are going to be able to boast some serious firepower, which is something else which is really going to kind of weigh on me here. Because if I'm in Group A, if I'm on the likes of Team Goated or 420 or the POWERPOP girls, the first thing I'm doing is hunting down Reignite and making sure that they have to fight for survival and they're not given the free route through to the finals.
Really? If I was in your shoes, I'd probably run away from Reignite.
No,
But then
you hunt them
that's
down.
just me.
You hunt them down.
All right,
Think
you,
of the
you certainly
statement you
seem to be
can
more
make.
brave than I am.
There's a fine line between bravery and stupidity, Crips, and sometimes I feel I've wandered too far.
So yeah, these 30 teams, 15 have been invited, 15 have come through from the qualifiers. All of them will be broken down into 3 different groups, and we'll keep on alternating the groups every now and then. So let's say, for example, today we're going to be facing Group A and B. All these teams will fight against each other. Then tomorrow we'll have something like maybe B and C or maybe A and C. And once all the groups have fought each other, we should have enough data to figure out which one of these teams deserves to be in the finals. And out of these 30 teams, only 20 will make it to the finals. So basically, all you have to do is stay away from the bottom of the barrel.
It's like running away from a lion, isn't it? You don't have to be
Yeah.
the fastest, so long as you're not the slowest. And
Exactly.
in this case, maybe there is room for your strategy to work out. Maybe we are going to be seeing some teams just avoid Reignite, go for some of the more unorthodox drop points, and then just play the ring till they're much further into the actual game. Of course, it's only been a few months ago we had a change to the way points are sort of distributed, putting placement a lot more valued than kills. So hot drops are now going to have a considerable amount more risk than they did beforehand. And for me, the way that's going to sculpt play style is going to be something to really watch out for.
Exactly. 12 points will be awarded for winning a game, 1 point per kill. So if you can maintain a healthy balance between the placement points and the kill point, it will be ideal. Honestly, anything with an average of more than 10 points per game is excellent. So as long as you can get that, I think you guys should be fine. I mean, imagine a team is able to wipe out 1 or 2 squads and get into the top 5 consistently. That should keep them towards the upper echelon of the circuit. And you don't even have to be at the very top, right? All you have to do is be in the top 20 and get into the grand finals.
Just like that. Easy as that, right?
Sounds
Of course,
easy.
it sounds really easy, but of course, there are some real titans here. Now, I'll put you on the spot a bit here, Crips. For each group, do you have a favorite?
For
I
each
think
group.
Reignite is, of course, goes without saying, but maybe for Group
Reignite
B and Group C.
Reignite goes without saying. For Group B, I wouldn't say that they are the favorites, but I kind of want to see Revenant Esports do well. Revenant Esports, I mean, we've seen this particular organization in other games as well, and recently, now that they've picked up the Apex Legends roster, They seem really promising. Fat Monster
Hmm.
from that team is the Indian that really uh, keeps everyone proud over here. But then there are other players from other countries as well. So it is like a mixed
Mhm.
roster. So I would pick Revenant Esports from Group B. From Group C, now
I
that's a
actually have a
tough
theory with
question
this.
now.
I have a theory with this.
Exactly.
So
hmm
I really want the teams that have gone through the qualifiers to do well.
Oh,
Always
of
like an
course.
underdog story. Some guys will have to run the gauntlet, only to then run it again. So for Group C, I really want to see Clutch Ministers do really well, not just because of the name, but also because when you do go through open qualifiers, right? You're obviously, one of the underdogs going into your group. That's where you throw some unorthodox stuff. That's where you throw some random drops, maybe even some funny compositions that we may not be expecting. I know that at the moment Gibraltar's sort of way out in the sticks when it comes to whether or not you're picking these legends. And for me, I would love to see just random agents who we don't expect.
And that's exactly what Clutch Ministers was doing. I mean, sure, they can afford to do so when they're trying to go for the qualifiers, and it's almost like stealing candy from kids because they were running a super aggressive comp. And they had the
Yeah,
Octane, the Valkyrie, and the Wraith. Now,
yeah.
obviously, in a much more competitive lobby where everyone is competent, you can't run without a Gibby. Even if you decide to go without a Gibraltar, you're gonna have something or the other lined up, right? You need at least one defensive
You
character.
need something with a defense, something,
Hmm.
or not even if you don't have a defense, something that can help disengage. But in this
Exactly.
in this case, Octane's disengagement is sort of their only way forward as well when you're not committing the
Hmm.
Wraithals. So
Exactly.
for me, I actually really like that comp in general. It really does favor going for just hot drops and just killing people.
Hmm.
But it's going to be interesting to see whether or not these comps actually are able to bear any fruits when they come to the latter stages, when that ring isn't very big, to the point where closing distance doesn't really matter.
Closing distance is something that only the teams towards the bottom half of the table
Mhm.
will have to worry about. I mean, speaking of the qualifiers, we saw how Clutch Ministers were going for that super aggressive comp yesterday, and they were just bullying people left, right, center.
Mhm.
They won 2 out of the 3 qualifier games. That's a statement
Yeah.
in itself. Even 1 HP for that matter. They were bullying everyone else in the qualifiers, but obviously they can't go around with the same attitude in a lobby like this when there are several stronger teams present along with you. Over here, you're gonna have to be cold and
Mhm.
calculated and just be ruthlessly efficient at third partying.
I'm not a big fan of third partying. I'll elaborate. I'm not a big fan of third partying. I'm a huge fan of when it gets to about 4 or 5 teams all trying to third party, and then it turns
Each
into
other.
just an absolute chaos. Absolute chaos. I really bear in mind third party. There's no way to avoid it. It is the proven and most effective strategy to be able to pick up kills pretty consistently. But I want to see, especially when we're sort of in these earlier rings, when there's a lot more space to play with. I want to see teams trying to cut out rotations from these third-partying teams. See if they can burn some of that utility, burn some of those heals that they're able to kind of stack up, and it makes actually committing to a third party a lot more risky. And bear in mind, with the likes of X10 as well, who, X10 for me, I've seen them a few times now running snipers quite often. And so I would love to see, X10 really go for these early picks, these sort of long range, even if it isn't a kill, just a down, to just burn the utility, to burn the meds on whichever poor side, unfortunately, is receiving their wrath.
Yeah, and you don't want to be on the other side of that sniper, right?
Mm,
Especially
exactly.
towards those last circles when every
Mm,
team has a little corner for themselves, and the only thing you're waiting for is for the circle to move. Only and only then you
mm,
leave your cover, right? Otherwise, there's absolutely no reason for the teams to start moving. I mean,
yeah.
when we play Apex Legends, when we play our rank games in our pubs, third partying means you actually go in and be the third team. Over here, you're
Yeah.
never going to be the third team. You'll always be the
Yeah.
fifth or the sixth one because so many people have the same idea as you. And they also want a
Mm,
piece of the pie. They also want to be in the action. So it really becomes difficult to just stick to that number 3. It's always going to keep on
mm,
escalating. And in situations like those, the best that you can do is just turtle up, hold your ground,
mm.
and hope that anyone who's foolish enough to push you gets shot by other people first, and you shoot them. In the end, that last bullet gets connected by you, so that you are the one who gets the point, while the others do
Yeah.
the others do the hard, dirty work for you.
Do you think that Reignite for you are going to be your prediction to win the whole thing? or do you think maybe someone else?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Reignite have faced some of the best teams in the world already, and
That's true.
obviously Logic they states that they should be able to make mincemeat of all the other
They
teams
could
over
do it
here.
in Europe. They could do it here, right?
Yeah, that's what Logic dictates. But then
Mm.
again, people over here, they play with a completely different playstyle. Sure, the amount of
Yeah.
firepower that Reignite bring to the table is going to be immense, and that should help them chew through most of the opposition. But what if they are not used to the South Asian playstyle? What if they're not used to the dirty work, like I said? That could screw them over. And
Mm.
sure, they don't need to worry about qualifying. I'm pretty sure that Reignite is going to be in the top 3 regardless. But
Yeah.
if there are teams who have done homework, who've researched about them, then they could be in trouble. And that's
Mm.
the best part about Battle Royale games like these. There's always going to be some really, really popular teams, and everyone knows about their playstyle, everyone knows their players and everything. And then there are teams who have just qualified for this tournament who you've never heard of before, and you don't know how to counter, you don't know how to plan against them.
Absolutely. For me, the team to watch out for, I don't know if they're going to win it, but I think that they're going to do a lot better than people maybe expect, is X10 Crit. I think that they have been on the up recently, and for me, that is going to be my kind of watch out team. For those of you in the chat, do let us know which team you are rooting for. Of course, Crips and I, we're not like other casters. We will read that chat. We may even reply to you if you feel so inclined, so feel free to say something funny, because everyone loves a little giggle. Of course, another game we can play, Crips, between the two of us is, as you know, names are difficult. And particularly when you're in a range like APAC, where you have different accents on writing, it's just spanning all the way from India to Japan. Yeah, let's have a little tally between you and me. How many names we mess up over the course of this tournament? Well, we try not to. We're not going to do it intentionally, but it's going to happen at some point. And for us, it'll be a light-hard way to keep up with it, Grips. Maybe
I
TC will
think,
put a little tally at the
I
top for
think,
us.
I think 1 or 2 max. You're not that
Oh
bad.
god. I'm way too dyslexic for this, man. I'm gonna struggle. Game is ready though. We no longer have to. You no longer have to stare at our ugly mugs. Let's stare at something much prettier. That being, of course, our teams about to battle it out, to duke it out, in our opening game of the day.
Yep. And I'm glad that you pointed out that we got to look at something pretty, because I just really want to point out just a random shout out to the devs of Apex Legends. World's Edge looks much better now than it
Oh, it
did in
does,
Season
doesn't it?
7.
That is one sexy map.
Yeah.
That's one very sexy map.
Season 7, 8, 9, the way World's Edge looked was just... There was just so much
It was
orange,
hard
so
to
much
play as
lava.
well.
Yeah.
It was really
And
hard to play.
now there's snow, there's greenery, there's a little bit of lava where that's required, but it's so much more aesthetic to look at. So just randomly just want to throw that out there. Random appreciation.
Thanks, Apex. Of course, we have been told by our producer that the game is ready, so it should be live in just a couple of minutes. Now, Crips, where is going to be the point of the map that you think is going to have the most contention here? Where do you think is the region we're going to see all these teams drop? This is before we see where the high loot zones are.
Yeah. So I'm assuming not a lot of these teams will go for the early drop fights. Maybe we'll get to see a couple of them. But I think the biggest problem over here for the teams is going to be rotating mid game. And there's like these bunch of choke points between Harvester and Fragment. There's 3 narrow passageways. Those choke points can become a valley of death for anyone who's trying to cross them. Especially that one compound where there's like 2 respawn beacons just above Lava Siphon. That is the most treacherous place to be at. So let's see if any teams get stuck over there, or whether they're able to chart their path to success as we move on to the first game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. We're flying over the skies of World's Edge, and the teams are dropping down.
Something that I've noticed sort of previously when it comes to different teams is that we see that teams have their sort of own area. They have like their points. I don't want to see that at all. No point of the map is yours. It's yours until someone usurps you. And from the looks of it, it's actually quite an even spread in terms of who's going where. I think Skyhook may be due a little bit of combat, though, with what looks like 9 or so players all heading to that same region.
So we have POWERPOP Golds drop down to his thermal station. Another team consisting of MT, Jaro, and Waltzy to its tree. Uncontested. Lava Siphon, Harvester, staging. No combat expected over there. But there are two teams inside of Fragment East and West. If they can start taking pot shots at each other and get a knock, then we might see something unique. Especially because NXL is so spread out that the third player isn't even present inside of Fragment. He's somewhere out there in the open.
I tell you what, I'm surprised that we're seeing a Loba come out as well. The kind of movement from the Blink does help, but that's it really when it comes to utilization. In combat, Loba's sort of as good as the player aiming is.
Yeah, I think the main reason for picking up the Loba over here is some of these teams become super starved on ammo towards the end of the game. And I've seen situations where people have like 2 magazines worth of bullets and they are up against 10 other teams. There's no way you can take down that many players with that little ammo. So having a Loba on your team at least makes sure that you don't have to worry about ammo of all things. Of course, meds being easy to acquire is just an added bonus.
Seeing CRYPTIX here, just trying to clear the... I'm actually very surprised that no one else chose to drop in the arena with him. He is just going to be a free bounty of loot for him, and you see all these purple shields. Hopefully we may see a rotation from Mosu here to join in and get that extra boost.
Hold up. His teammates all the way in Skyhook. While they're not that far away from each other, it's surprising that X10 would split up like that across Skyhook and across Trials because they are lacking a member. And
I'm actually very surprised to see them split up like that while lacking a member. We've got Jackie here taking a bit of early fire, but it's all pop shots, it's all flirting, it's all tickling, and of course everyone knows that the fun is in the chase rather than the destination. So we are seeing a few players take the odd bit of damage. It's nothing too wild just yet, but it's more making their presence known here. Something I'm looking forward to seeing is who's going to be the first group to properly get wiped here, because we've had a fairly passive first ring.
oh, while the ring itself is passive, I can't really say the same for Reignite. They are being pushed away from their comfort zone and relinquished Lava Siphon. They have to get out of this region, and obviously they don't want to fight, right? Even they are one of those unfortunate people who do not have all their players in the server. And it does tend to happen in Apex from time to time. The servers, they are a little buggy, and there have been several matches where we see teams having only 2 players, or sometimes even a solo, due to no fault of their own.
I like the fact I was doing the rotation here from Let's Go and Zero, realizing that they're in a position that was already getting bombarded with the utility. Running away would have meant exposing themselves. So instead, it's just a complete drop. Hightail it out of there and set your gaze potentially to one of these other players who've landed elsewhere. Surprising that they've split up as well here. Again, we are seeing a lot of duos here, Grips. So splitting up for me is a really big risk.
It is a risk that they're comfortable with. I just hope that their appetite is strong enough. Now, the problem over here is dropping into Fragment like this. There are already 2 teams present in Fragment. Sure, those 2 teams didn't start fighting each other yet, but the arrival of a 3rd team will change things. Maybe one of them will get a little greedy. Maybe one of them will try to gather information and end up pushing, even though it wasn't their intention to do so in the first place. The position that SNG are holding right now is the same position where ATH were just a couple of seconds ago. And while they're exchanging pot shots, my main concern over here is what's their overall macro plan? Sure, they're able to do a little bit of damage, push the other team away, get some real estate for yourselves, but they're way out in the open, and this no-name village doesn't hold enough resources for both of these teams. Revenant Esports also now facing the brunt of all this action.
See a lot of evo happening to these shields as well from all this pot shots, from all these pre-fires, and while no one's been downed yet, they have both done a significant amount of damage to one another. As for me, it's going to be that Caustic to watch out for. Already with purple shields, already with a fairly upgraded weapon. It's going to be very interesting to see how they adapt into what's going to be a almost point-blank engagement.
Reignite. Now, this is the question I had, right? We saw Revenant Esports over here. We also saw ATH a couple of seconds, even SNG. Reignite are in Fragment. Do they want to participate in this one? All these teams who are just now trying to take positions near this no-name village outside of Fragment have to keep their compounds under control. They are expecting the circle to pull towards this direction in the next ring. So if their predictions do indeed come true, they not only have to face off all the other teams who want real estate, but they also have to keep the resources intact. Because everyone's going to keep taking pot shots at each other. They're all going to run out of bullets or meds or maybe even both.
CRYPTIX has fortified this room so well. I don't think Revenant are going to be moving anywhere. Bear in mind that their utility is not too bad. It certainly could be improved, but what's become their panic room has also become their prison here. Leaving this position is going to be very damn difficult. BB already up to that golden shield, going for some extra damage with this flat line. Of course, 2 heavy weapons for your primary and secondary is going to really burn that ammo. So I really want to see either a change of weapon or some way to get back in, get that extra ammo. However, with some early damage, able to down that first player. The rest of the team push on forward. Second player goes all on the third. No shields, no hope, as SA finishes the job with the wingman.
Oh. And they have just gotten rid of POWERPOP goals. One of the most dominant teams of qualifier number 1 over here, and they meet their demise at the hands of DNZ. Oh, well, that's what happens when you rotate a little late. They almost always drop towards thermal station and try to rotate north, but they never encountered any teams over here before. At least not right outside of the region that they were fighting in. So the dome usually is an easier place for them to hold on to. Meanwhile, anti-sports.
Charge rifles.
I'm not completely against charge rifles, but what I am concerned is that anti-sports are going in for the full send, even though the enemy team has a bunch of defensive characters.
That's very brave actually to go through the teleporter. Drops the arc star, doesn't get the kill while his teammates are continuing to try and rain death from a different verticality here. But it's not been enough. The utility from the Horizons still, or from the Valkyrie, sorry, still not able to get this kill. Somehow these players are still surviving on the watchtower.
Yeah, and they're not going to be here for much longer. Anti-sports are trying to get the elevation on them, hoping that maybe the angles will be available. If not the angles, then maybe the ordnance. If not the ordnance, then maybe just sheer will and firepower. That was a chunky nade, but is that going to be enough to bring these people down? If that's not enough, the charge rifle definitely will seal the deal as even Shiva goes down. And this is one of the most dominant Indian teams taking several casualties. They can revive up there, but it's just not enough. It's just too much for them to bear. This watchtower will become their grave.
I like how his team actually abandoned him there. I think, bear in mind, just staying up there was suicide. So backing off and just taking the loss on one of your players, but keeping 2 left alive so you can then go and play for timing, play for the ring is a really good idea. I love this disengagement from Revenant here. They can take a lot of fire as they try and leave, but they may survive the Gibby. Oh, was the Gibby downed there? It was certainly cracked. This could suddenly prove to spell danger for Revenant.
Oh, here comes one of my favorite teams. Team Burger, simply because of their name. Kind of makes me hungry, but then again, can you really blame me? They're hungry for some frags as well. And quite a lot of these teams are now starting to position themselves over here. Anti-sports, on the other hand, the fight that we saw earlier on is not in the same compound. They're still closer towards Overlook, so at least they don't have to suffer this claustrophobic mess where there's like 3 teams all just sitting next to each other, holding houses like a bunch of bad neighbors and also holding grudges.
And poisonous gas, like bad neighbors. However, I don't think Burger have any reason to fight here. They're pretty comfortably in the zone. They may even be in the next one as well. They know the location of their enemies, so why not work with the information and back off, take your time. I'm concerned as to what usage you can get from the Sentinel in this position. Bear in mind that thanks to the caustic, you have sort of walled yourself in here, which is going to make grenades a very daunting opponent to go up against, as demonstrated potentially in just a moment here.
I'm not sure how they'll survive if a bunch of nades are chucked into their building. This Dorito building that they're holding is anyway one of the most claustrophobic compounds, to say the least, and there's barely any room over here. Sure, the rooftop gives you much more elevation than any other building, but it has its pros and cons. You don't even have a second floor that you can hide on, right? So in case a nade comes rolling into your floor, you don't have anywhere else to go. You have to go out into the open. Obviously, you will be safe from the nade, but you can always get shot in that position. It's just...
As that.
It's a series of difficult choices for everyone else who's deciding to reside over here.
Take a look at Colty here. He is really far out this zone. A landing for this team is going to be really damn difficult here. And we are seeing a lot of rotations coming through thanks to these Valkyries. But right now, real estate is going up. And trying to get into a decent position is going to be even harder. You'll have better success just taking someone else's here. You see these long-range fights taken by the Sentinel here. Actually working out for Jaro, getting a lot of damage outputted onto these players.
Oh, just taking pot shots at anyone and everyone. He's got one team ahead of him. Of course, he doesn't know the name of the team, but he doesn't need to. He doesn't take names before he kicks ass. Not that kind of guy. He's got information onto another team who's trying to come out of the cave system. So, if nothing else, they can at least gatekeep that particular team and maybe pressure them. He just hopes that all those kills don't get stolen away from him.
Bear in mind, he's very close to evoing the shield as well. All it's like is one headshot here. So I like the fact we are seeing pot shots just to try and make a bit of space for yourself. There you go, another shot. Now only 70 away, but that rooftop warrior is going to be making Jaro's life fairly difficult. We're seeing Empty as well have to heal up. And remember, this is all utility. We're seeing shield cells now get recycled between players, and that's really quite worrying.
Yeah, they're already starting to run low on meds, and it's not like they are one of those teams who has a low bar, right? So they can't restock on them as well. The best that they can hope for is somebody to push them and die inside their house so that then they can loot their death boxes without having to worry about getting shot at while they're looting. SNG, on the other hand, they're holding one of the taller compounds, the squad house that some people like to call it. Some people even call it the garage. This house is something that I like to hold personally because it offers plenty of exit avenues too. Meanwhile, ATH over here. Sure, they can hide inside the trailer, but that's even more claustrophobic, and that's so much more problematic. But I'm glad that they have a crypto in their team. So in last circles like these, when all the players are hiding inside some of the other cover, you can at least find out information about which team lies where.
Oh, this web of Watson utility. It's just trying to keep Pazzy in some form of comfort, and we are seeing some aggression now onto these players over on the bridge. Remember, this is the very center of the zone, so I really doubt we're going to be seeing pushes to maybe kill one another, but we're definitely going to be seeing some harassment, some tickling, some early damage. Bear in mind, the whole of Team ATH all still have blue shields. They are not well equipped to take this fight. If you see instantly, Time 4 is already out of shields, having to continue this utility usage.
Oh,
So that's get a bit worrying.
It is, and it's so annoying, right? To just be stuck in there and just keep holding, keep healing. And then you're constantly worried about resources. Forget about rotations. You don't even have time to worry about that. You don't even have the bandwidth to do so right now. It's just good that they don't have to move right away, but EPSILON in a little bit of danger already. Kronish Senpai has gone down. His teammate, not Shadow, just hoping to survive. There's absolutely no way he can go for the res. This qualified team, who performed reasonably well when they were playing yesterday, don't really have much to say today.
Look at that early harassment again, and I think they're actually going to be able to catch out a player here. I'll be very surprised if DNZ don't get this kill. Actually, by some miracle, they're able to get away. Oh, for DNZ, that's a little bit of a whiff, I would argue. Luckily, with this flat line kind of on the high ground, remember, in the current kind of meta of Apex, high ground is everything. The fact that they've been able to get to the top of this mountain pretty much uncontested is huge here. A nasty shot from that massive at point blank here. A lot of damage coming out from this car, and after one at point blank, there's that kill. Revenant, they found themselves a target, and they are trying to wipe them off of this God's green earth. They do lose a player in the process. They know there are others to worry about. There's that thing. There's that aggression. Point blank goes in. Actually gets down. There's the follow-up. It's down to Bellux, and he is able to bring both players up and keep Revenant alive. They take a lot of damage, but in wiping a team, that makes it all worthwhile.
And it was one of those teams who was holding the Dorita building. In Yaro, we already saw him struggling for the meds and everything, but as he tried to get out, he ran into Revenant Esports straight into their deaths, and that wasn't the only team that got eliminated. In this last 1 minute, when we were looking at Revenant fight ATH, 2 more teams have bit the dust. I'm assuming one of them might be Team EPSILON, who just are down to a solo. SNG? Now, this seems tempting, doesn't it? Trying to go from under the train station and then connect that to the jump tower so that they can get inside the ring. It's a series of risky maneuvers, but hey, if they want to avoid danger, they can always use the Valkyrie ult and just skyward dive and get out of trouble.
Yeah. Anyway, that whole journey up, that through tunnels, up to that balloon is going to be suicidal. Every point of that you're going to be shot at. And I think we are going to be seeing that Valkyrie ult get committed instead. I'm very glad to see that.
I actually think that they might be safe underneath the tunnel. They might take a lot of ring damage while trying to get to the balloon, but they shouldn't get shot at that easily. But this decision, now I'm not sure how this is going to pan out. There's no way for them to land in a safe spot. Team Emmanuel in the skies, but when they touch down on the ground, will they be encountering any resistance? Will they even get a chance to land in a safe spot? There's 2 teams landing on the other side. One of them is already getting shot at, and another one flies in front of them. So that's a total of 3 teams now. They also spotted 1 more towards the left-hand side, but they don't have the bandwidth to worry about those guys right now. DNZ have their hands full, and they have plenty of options in front of them. Which one do they choose to focus on first? The war utility. It's now gonna start coming into the picture. The Gibby ult. Oh, amazing. The Arcstar explodes on top of the dome just as it's about to expire, and this is their cue to send it in. 1 pop with the Peacekeeper. That's all it takes. The Wingman takes down the other one, and this Gibraltar has so many names written on his gun that he wants to imprint into the graves. Very quick execution from DNZ as they wipe out the first squad, but here comes the third party, and this is exactly what they were worried about. The Arcstards get stuck. DNZ BP goes for the armor swap, relinquishes the gold shield in exchange for the purple, but he's now on the low ground, no way up. Since he's got wings, he can always fly, but he's gonna be cornered.
Shady. Trying to go for follow-up here. There's a lot of loot on the ground here, but it's so exposed. Getting to it's going to be so difficult. We are seeing a red shield on Lydon as well. I think our first one of the game thus far. And now the range game starts to be played at quite a distance here. We're seeing Team SNG actually get crunched off from 2 different angles, neither of which allow them to get into the zone. This rotation is going to be so difficult for them. We see what they desperately need here is a Valkyrie ult, but even then, will they just get plucked out the sky? Is it going to be clay pigeon shooting for these teams staring down what is now the Titans of the game? 4 teams left. But in those 4 teams, who is going to be emerging as champion? Well, SNG do have the high ground. They also don't have the zone.
Yeah, but at least they don't have to cover a lot of distance to get inside the zone, right? ATH, on the other hand, are kind of zone screwed. Time for LeBlanc. Will he be able to get the armor swap that he desires? Yes, he can, but he needs to start moving right now. There's a team directly above him, but he needs to figure out the positions of the rest of the members as well. And as they do that, they are going to be locked in a 1v1. That particular Valkyrie they're up against, lacking teammates, lacking trade potential. And it's about time that ATH finish out the rest of the members, gather all their loot, and just quickly make their way into the circle, which is going to be a treacherous spot because there's so many more teams in the way as well. A nice shot to the face by that Gibraltar, but Jack Cute, I think he can still make his way inside, and with his teammates right around him, all they need to do is get to the other side of the bridge. Jack manages to do so, but his teammates have left him. Oh no, not like this. He's taking damage from the lava as well. Not in a situation like this. There's barely any room for him to get up there. At least he can stay downstairs and buy some time. Meanwhile, SMG, these guys are also trying to focus on the other side.
Another kill for Team ATH here. And again, an underdog doing surprisingly well here. Revenant, one of our Titans through the smoke, giving a lot of damage onto those purple shields. Revenant in rotation as well, all looking to crunch onto this one team. The poor sods who got caught in the middle. Unfortunately, it will be no man who rocked the world here. Instead, it's going to be the team, and for Revenant, it's a quick rotation, actually outflanking this team who's just trying to get around them. This could be so perfect. What a play on the Valkyrie. Is he going to get checked? Is he going to get spotted? Yes, he is. It turns into a disaster. He's finished off, and now Team Revenant, they go a player down.
Oh, but Team SNG have so much more to fight for. Belkun, he is in a position where he can get revived, and that's only possible because ATH is keeping SNG busy. If these two teams keep on fighting each other, then Revenant Esports might get a chance to get their third player online, but no, he's been finished off by Draugr, and that is going to be it. Revenant Esports now getting full scent. Lahib goes down. Mexius, he's just trying to keep himself alive, but he's getting shot by both those teams, and ATH now have the perfect opportunity. The EMP strike comes through at the right time, and it though stuns one teammate, it doesn't really matter because they are down to a 1v3. They've almost got this in the bag, and ATH take this win.
I am very surprised ATH were able to get that win. Bear in mind, that rotation they had to make across that bridge was so brave. That was so brave. The fact that they were able to not only get through, but then survive as well is really impressive. And for me, it's Jack Cute who gets the MVP there, without a doubt. You know, those rotations from the Valkyrie were just perfect.
Yeah, the way he just went across the lava river to flank his opponents, that was incredible. While his teammates were just trying to go down the regular way and trying to take control of the bridge next to Epicenter, it was a very difficult endeavor for him to be separated from his teammates, but the way he played it and the way they played off of him, that is also incredible. Plus that really well-timed crypto EMP, that is just incredible.
Absolutely. I also want to highlight from SNG there, the rotation of the Valkyrie to go to the low ground to try and actually outflank Revenant. I loved that in premise. Yeah, it's a great idea. Fortunately, Revenant just all it took was a little glance over the cliff there to actually catch out that Valkyrie. And bear in mind, Valkyrie, that initial jump off speed is so low that you just become an easy target. So in theory, great idea. In execution, didn't quite work out. I'm really looking forward to seeing more of Team SNG as well. They, for me, were the kill leaders pretty much for the entirety. I really look forward to whether or not they can keep this consistency.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights, and you'll see exactly why Team SNG has been so dominant. They've been participating in a lot of battles right from the beginning, but it all began over here where DNC wiped out, I do believe it was one of those qualified teams. I think it could be POWERPOP Girls. They wiped them out without getting third-partied all the way down towards the bottom of Harvester. And after that, every other fight took place in the vicinity of either the No-Name Village or Epicenter.
I love the for Revenant as well. I think that the Givey with that Peacekeeper was easily outputting a good kind of 300 damage per shot. Like, he was nasty with the accuracy on that. Bear in mind as well, even though Revenant went out kind of within the top kind of 12, 13 teams, they still were able to get a lot of kills. And I think that may actually really help them. You see for DNZ here as well, that point-blank Peacekeeper shot just removes players like nothing.
Oh, 99 damage shot, and that's the kind of stuff you really want to hit, right? Peacekeeper can be unreliable rather. Sometimes you get that 99, sometimes you get only 9 damage per shot, and that's super frustrating. So if you're able to connect all those shots, especially when you're a Gibraltar up like that, you know, going in your dome and knocking everyone down who dares to cross that blue border, that blue bubble, that is incredible. ATH, I'm really surprised that they were able to survive their initial skirmish, because while they were stuck inside that no-name village, there's just so many teams around them, right? There were a couple of qualified teams, there was Team Burger next to them, and all of this kind of made me think, yeah, sure, it's going to be difficult for them to make it out alive. I'd be surprised if they can pick up just a kill point or two, but they did more than just that. They did not just survive, they thrived.
You're absolutely right. And I'm really impressed with the fact that, bear in mind, there were some bloody good teams in the mix there. You know, like Revenant, like A&T. The fact that they were able to not only win the game, but do so by getting a fair few kills, particularly in that final ring. They got about 10 or so downs, and they converted about 5 of those kills. Really, really, really strong performance now. And, of course, though, we play 5 games a day, which means that while you can do good for one game, what actually matters is your consistency.
Exactly, and how consistent you can be in terms of both kills and placements is what's going to matter. Like, let's say,
Mhm,
for example, Revenant Esports over here. They didn't win the game, but I still think it was a pretty good performance from them. They finished in the
mhm.
top three. They were able to wipe out one squad outside of Fragment. They were able to pick up a couple of kills here and there. So two, 3 points at the minimum because of the
Mhm.
fight that they had in Fragment. Maybe two more, let's say around five, and then they get 5 points for being in the top three as well. I think that's enough. That average of 10 points
Yeah,
per
should be
game
pretty
should
comfortable.
be, yeah,
Yeah.
it should be enough to keep you afloat in this lobby.
As you said in the pregame, yeah, it's not a matter of being the best; it's just not being the worst.
Yeah.
And even if they kind of bomb out of our second game or our third game, fourth or fifth, they have that safety net of having an incredible first match, and so the averages out quite nicely. So they have maybe this gives them the confidence to go for something a little bit more ballsy. Maybe it gives them the confidence to go for something a little bit more risque.
Hmm. Do they have that risk appetite though? It
I'd
was
love for
a
it.
really
I'd
difficult
love it.
game, the one that they had to face. Sure, the Cossack and the Gibby helped them stay alive for so long, and the Valkyrie was helping them go around for rotations and whatnot. What other character could they even insert into a mix like this?
Mm.
Maybe a Watson if you want to avoid all that nade and Arcstar damage. That could be a possibility. But then using the Watson is not as intuitive as using the Caustic, so it comes with its pros and cons.
To be honest, they're being quite aggressive. I really wouldn't mind seeing Octane. I really wouldn't mind seeing them bring an Octane into the mix, just to go for these kind of shotgun rush playstyles. You've already got the Valkyrie, which is already playing bloody well. You might as well add in the Wraith. Actually, now you have the option. Do you keep the EMP or do you go for that extra kind of disengagement? Because
Oh
for
yeah,
me,
no.
while the EMP was bloody good, but it was only bloody good for one moment, and that was in that sort of final battle,
Yeah,
right?
and
I
even
can't
then,
help
it
but
stunned
yeah.
their own teammate for like a couple of seconds.
Exactly. Exactly. So I can't help but think that maybe there's a world here where it's while the MP did help them win, you don't want to have to pick you don't want to have to pick a legend purely because they have one bit of usage at the very end of the game.
Yeah, I think the whole objective of the crypto over here is to just figure out which compounds are taken, which compounds are still available for the taking. And especially in lobbies like this, when every team is just trying to survive and
Mm,
hold a particular place that they can call home, the crypto makes it so much more easier to scan out which compounds are available. And then you
mhm,
can chart a path to avoid all those said teams and get to the next ring safely. Meanwhile, all the other scanners are also, having some relevance of their own. Bloodhound probably the most easy to fight with. Seer really good when in a enclosed space, unlike the crypto, which is good for an open space. But we'll discuss the viability of the scanning characters later on. In front of us right now, we have the scoreboard, and I am super impressed with the top three teams. All of them have been able to get a decent number of kills. In fact, not just top three, top four for that matter. Having more than 5 kills in a game like this is nothing to scoff at.
mm. I I tell you what, the team that really kind of disappointed me a little bit here was Epsilon. I was expecting them, and X10 actually. I was expecting both of them to do much, much better. But yeah, they both
Um,
finished kind of sub top 12.
Kramer, this is not the Epsilon that you think it is. This is one of the Indian teams that qualified from the other side. So, yeah, yeah, not the French Epsilon. Um,
That's an EU moment right there. I do apologize.
yeah, but
Suddenly that
reignite.
makes a bit more sense.
But reignite outside of top 10. Yeah, that's a big
That
oof.
is surprising. That's very surprising.
I can
J-
understand Team Burger getting screwed over because they were trapped in a location where they had like four other teams as bad neighbors. And of course, if you live next to such toxic people, there's no way you're getting out alive. So I'm not surprised that Team Burger had to suffer like that, but I really thought Team Reignite would be successful in finding a way out. But in that one ring, the third ring going to the fourth one, so many teams died in an instant that we did not even get to see Reignite fight.
mm. It felt like Reunite. They sort of dropped. Were able to have a little bit of a little bit of a skirmish, but then they just got wiped. They actually just
Yeah.
got wiped. There was
Plus, they
there
were
was
only a two-man squad anyway.
That's true. I'm actually surprised that Reignite were fighting when they were a 2-man squad. They sort of treated it like they were a 3-man anyway. And yes, it did come back to bite them, but I quite like the aggression. Maybe if they get the third player in, then Reignite just go straight to the top.
Yeah. It's just the first game, and Reignite had nothing to lose. It's just begun. It wasn't even their fault that they finished outside of the top 10 in this game because, hey, the game was just a bit unkind to them. Next time, when they don't have any disconnection issues, that's when we'll probably get to see the real strength of these guys. But before we get to see all that action, before we get to see all that jazz, we're going to be going on a short break. We'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. We just saw, dare I say, a little bit of an upset in our first map. A team we were not expecting to do as well as they did. Take it with a fair few kills as well. Reignite falling in 12th place. Now is their shot at redemption as we get into game 2. Of course, I'm Newcastle Crabber 3. I'm joined by the amazing Crips, and our amazing Crips is going to explain the point system for using the chat who asked earlier.
Oh yeah, I mean, there were some people in the chat asking for the point system. So, if you win a game, you get 12 placement points. If you finish second, you get 9. If you finish third, you get 7. And if you finish fourth, you get 5 points. So on and so forth until 10th place, where you get only 1 point. Anything less than 10th place, you don't get any points at all. And yeah. So you have to be in the upper echelon, right? You have to be in the upper half. And the higher you place, the more points you get for placements. I think there's going to be like a whole table that we bring out to you tomorrow, so that you can figure out how many points you get for every single position. But it just gradually reduces as you fall down in position. And each kill accounts for 1 point. So that's there. So let's say if I finish a game on top with 3 squad wipes, so I'm going to get 12 placement points along with 9 kill points. And that should bring my score up to 21.
Absolutely beautiful. And just to confirm, if you down someone, that doesn't count as a kill, does it?
No, it doesn't count as a kill.
That killing blow.
Yeah, yeah, you have to get the killing blow. No, I mean, even if the person just bleeds out or somebody else shoots him, you still get the kill. But what matters is that said person shouldn't get revived, because if he's getting revived and someone else shoots him in the middle of that revive animation, the other person can claim that kill. So,
absolutely. It puts a bit of pressure on finishing your kills as well. You can't really allow people to be left crawling around, particularly when there's that ever-looming threat of being third-partied. You need to be able to make these gunfights, these engagements, as short as humanly possible, so you have time to re-equip and get ready for what will inevitably be the squad that comes afterwards.
Exactly. And what's more important is that you realize whether it's worth it to go in for the thirst or not. Sure, you might get greedy, you can get a kill or two, but in order to get that kill, you might displace yourself and lose a position which could have helped you get so many more points in the future. Especially in a map like World's Edge, where almost every team will keep on holding compounds towards the end once they figure out what the zone looks like. Most of these teams are not going to be moving around all that much, unless the circle forces them to. In a situation like that, you better hope that your Valkyrie Skyward dive is available, and if not, then you better hope that you have ultimate excellence to just feed to that Valkyrie so she can get you out of trouble. But when we go to Storm Point, things are going to be completely different. In Storm Point, you're going to have to move around quite a lot.
Yeah, it puts even more emphasis on the Valkyries. Bear in mind, we're at the stage of the meta where a Valkyrie is just a given in any comp. If you're running without a Valkyrie, then you're being extremely unorthodox. And don't get me wrong, there's always a place for unorthodox game styles and unorthodox compositions, but maybe game 2, is this the place to do it? DEADBEATZ, of course, the team that didn't have a great start to our last map, is going to be holding on for a fair while before we see a drop here. And what we didn't see in map 1, which I'm expecting to see a little bit more in map 2, is these sort of zone 1 initial engagements.
Ooh, I don't see any initial engagements for now. We have 2 teams going towards Northpat, but I'm assuming one of them will back off towards Wall. No engagements towards Mill either, but there could be something happening towards C-Not Cave. Although, I kind of want to see who goes to Command Center. Yeah, that thing's the high tier loot zone, and I already see a couple of people headed over there, so let's see where they decide to go. And Command Center is like one of those big places which can be shared by squads, right? So there's several entrances and exit to it as well. As long as you have the upper floor and the other team has the bottom floor, you can't harm each other unless you face each other with the massive zip lines. And of course, that's not a good idea either. I'm really surprised to see that the southern part of the map is kind of unoccupied. Oh, wait. Finally, a team makes their way to its shipfall, but I really thought that they'd rather go to its antenna or something like that. So yeah, early engagements avoided by almost every single team, which makes them happy, but not me.
That's alright, Crips. Your dreams will come true soon. I'm surprised that we're seeing Bloody King hold on to the bow here.
Yeah, I mean,
this is what I get for talking. This is what I get for talking, Crips.
the Custer's curse. Oh, that's a nice
Yeah.
gun you have there. It's a shame if you had to drop it.
Well, luckily it wasn't a gun, so
on
we
paper,
did alright
yeah.
in that. But on it's a nice weapon you had there. You're seeing a huge bit of damage being done to Dragon there, potentially being caught down instantly. 420 needs to be very careful here.
Sure, this little Gibby Dome can provide them a little cover, but they would much rather be inside that house. The charge rifle still having angles on them. Revenant Esports, this is prime real estate for them. Barometer has absolutely no other team next to it. If they can finish off this 3v3 fight without any consequences, it would be great because there's no third party coming in their way. Both of them kick the doors down. They use the Gibby Dome for the protection against the nade, but it doesn't really help them all that much. Revenant Esports now lacking shields, at least have the man advantage. And now that they've knocked out 2 people, it seems almost inevitable that Revenant Esports win this fight. And they do.
Killing blow with the charge rifle as well. I still don't want to see these early engagements, and this is why. Revenant, they fought for their zone in the map. They've done so. This ROI is this point of interest now is so valuable for them. They've got 2 players worth of equipment and a chance to go roaming. Of course, this armory fight for Team Emmanuel is hoping to potentially also equip them to the same degree.
Emmanuel using the IMC armory? I'm not really sure how I feel about this one. Every time I use the IMC armory, somebody or the other comes and tries to camp outside of it and wait for my squad to get out. But yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I've seen anyone use the IMC armories in Storm Point. We never saw these being used in yesterday's games, so I'm just surprised that teams are brave enough to go for it today.
Yeah, absolutely right. And is something I want to highlight as well, which I think is pretty cool, is the fact that they went into that armory really early. Like they beeline straight for it. So I doubt any teams were even in a position to counter them, even if they knew they were there.
Yeah, but still, I mean, without any information, you don't know, right? Unless you're absolutely sure that there's nobody next to you within 1 mile, within a 1 mile radius, I wouldn't be brave enough for it. But then it's been clearly established that I'm a little wimp, so take it with a pinch of salt.
Dare I say it, Crips? We may not be as good at the game as these guys are.
Yeah, but I
I
value my life, so yeah.
Yeah. I really like how we're seeing a few R301s come out. Bear in mind that I believe they need to be crafted at the moment. The fact there are some teams who are actually just rushing it is really impressive. It shows the value they have. And at the moment, what's your sort of dream setup? Because for me, it's an R301 and a car. Jaro, instant break onto the shields there. But not quite following it up.
This could be interesting. Team Burger towards the bottom of this rock facade right next to the spider cave. They've spotted a team inside of the launch pad, which in turn spotted another team on the high ground to the left side. Now, I'm pretty sure that the high ground team has left the area, but there is a small possibility that they can circle around this rock and bite Team Burger in the back. And that's going to be a juicy bite.
Bear in mind that Team Burger are really well equipped right now. I'm interested to see if there's going to be, if Burger actually just continue the aggression. Bear in mind they're already on quite a hot streak at the moment. X10 Crit now looking to take redemption with a disappointing performance in the first map. Look how they're now being a little bit more disciplined, just holding these buildings. And they have a fairly large building to work with here and a pretty good position. I want to see them just try and level up these shields by doing the odd bit of damage to anyone who dares move past them here.
It's a building versus building war. It's almost like the Battle of the Two Towers. X10, they've got another team right across this gap. But do they go for it? They know for a fact that they spotted another team downstairs in Launchpad, and they are so paranoid that if they take too long to finish this fight, they will get third party. Of course, the team coming up from the low ground will have to use the zip and whatnot to come up, so it is going to be a little counterproductive to them. But then again, they don't want to push another team which has a Watson inside it. They don't even know if there's just the Watson and if there's another defensive character. They've only spotted the Watson and the Valkyrie so far. They still haven't seen the third player, who now happens to be the Cryptor, so they'll find out.
I tell you what I'm really impressed with. Oh, that EMP is really well placed. This may allow ATH, I believe, are winners of the last game to go for this push, and they may just be EMPing for harassment here. I love the info they're getting off the back of it as well.
Yeah. Use that EMP, deal 50-50 damage each to a player. And if you manage to get all 3 of those players inside one EMP blast, you instantly evolve from white to blue shields.
Absolutely. And Wolf for Jack Q. Trying to get some mileage from this R3030. I want to highlight something with the longbow, Crips, while we are in a bit of a stalemate here, which is, does the longbow do less damage than any other kind of main sniper in the game?
It does less damage than the Sentinel, and depending on how good you are at the charge rifle, it does less damage than that. But up close and personal, I think the automatic weapons are just the perfect way to go, and that's exactly what Reignite have chosen to use. The Wingman, of course. That, my friend, is the best sniper in the game.
It genuinely is. Would you like to know why? You want to know why the longbow does less damage than other weapons in Apex? This is the highlights of the devs being cool.
Because it's a semi-auto weapon, and it would be unfair if it did as much damage as the Sentinel?
Yes, but the reason is because you can put a barrel attachment on it, like barrel attachments look like suppressors, right? That means the bullets have to be subsonic, therefore they travel slower.
Man, you're trying to use real-world weapon logic in this game.
The real-world weapon logic applies, which is even cooler. Hats off. Hats off to the Apex devs for making that a thing. I love the rotation here as well from the Valkyrie to see in the bottom left. And I also quite like how we're seeing from Reignite the fact that they don't mind fighting in the zone. It is, of course, our first one, so you aren't going to take too much damage. It's more nuisance than anything. But as we hit our second, you need to remember it will stack up.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the zone damage I'm worried about. I'm just really excited to see Reignite's composition. They have a Newcastle in their team. I have not seen a Newcastle in competitive at all. Throughout the qualifiers, not a single team picked up Newcastle. So I'm really excited to see how this pans out for them.
We're also seeing on Team Emmanuel, like the lone Bloodhound. Maybe not as unorthodox as the Newcastle, but Bloodhound has really sort of fallen out of favor recently.
Yeah. A lot of teams have started to prefer the Seer instead because of the value that his ultimate offers.
This is a really difficult position for Team PABB here. It struggled for that one. Jesus, that's one for the tally.
So you know what PABB stands for?
What's it stand for?
Potato Aim, Big Brain.
That's an incredible name.
I know, right? I loved it. I absolutely loved it. But they do have good aim, so, like, I don't know, they're just probably being humble. Now, I'm really nervous about this team who's knocking on the doors. Not only do they have to push a Crypto who's got the Noxcast ready, they have another player who has a Devotion. There's 2 Devos on their team. One of them has a Turbocharger, the other one doesn't. But Imperial Hal, oh, it's not even Imperial Hal, it's Imperial Halal. Very creative name over here, gets an angle with the window and manages to wipe out 2 of them. Meanwhile, Rig Zero finishes off the last one.
That was a very fast engagement as well, and there's pretty much no follow-up. There's no chance the third party. They were able to sneak into that building and then just overwhelm their opponents there. Bear in mind, they've now essentially just moved in. They're like hermit crabs now, and with their new home, question falls on to Team ATH, of course, are victors of the last map. How do they survive from here?
Oh. And the funny part is, ATH were the one team who was suffering a lot of damage before. Now the first team rolls in, Imperial Halal goes halal on the first team, and ATH are like, oh, thank you so much for finishing off our work for us. Too bad it doesn't help us revive Jack Cute, but at least they can get out of here. They can get out of here, right?
Do they? I don't think they do.
This is so close.
No. They all get shut down. Reignite, I believe, the ones to deliver that killing blow as well. We wondered where they are in the first map. I tell you what, they've shown up now, though.
Yeah, and they've got so many kills already. Rig Zero alone has 3 of them. They have 2 squad wipes up until now, maybe more than that. And just as I say that, another opponent has shown up.
All that hard work from the Watson just being eradicated there. And Sharky even going for some fairly long-range engagements with this wingman here. No one is going to oblige him, though, with a straight fight. It is going to be sort of pot shots and this flirting we like to see from Team Sharky going to be sent back and sort of shown what happens if you fight at the wrong time.
Man, the guy just managed to land 2 back-to-back headshots, 71 damage each. I wouldn't call that flirting, man. He's coming onto him a bit too hard.
Yeah. So, overstay their welcome. Flirting too hard.
Yeah. You floated your way into another relationship which is toxic. And this is a toxic relationship, right? I mean, these guys are neighbors, technically. But this particular landlord, Reignite, has kicked out 2 tenants. Not the good way. And now they've got another tenant that they're flirting with.
Oh, Sharky. You know what? I'm inclined to believe you with this wingman also acting as a sniper rifle. Sharky and Imperial Halal looking for even more damage to be outputted onto whichever poor sod is on the receiving end, the business end of this wingman. And I believe that was a bit of a harassment to some white shields there as well. So that team is really struggling to keep up with the burn that's being done to their utility there.
Well, imagine having less shields and less resources than the other team. Not only is your armor less chunky, but look at the amount of dead boxes that Reignite have access to. They can have resources for days. And now that the ring has forced both these teams out of this region, they both need to go downstairs. A place where I believe Team Burger is already prepared. I mean, I'm not sure if Burger are still there. We saw them near the spider cave just next to Launchpad a couple of minutes ago. But then they might have moved out. I guess we'll find out when X10 Crit take to the skies.
I love how they go for the high ground. I really, really like that. Bearing in mind that they had to have gone, they would have had to go all the way through that chokehold if they wanted to get into a decent position. Instead, why not come down from above, get to a comfortable position now, and see if you're about to meet Hellfire.
Oh, I'm not sure about Hellfire, but they certainly have some rats in this place. Look at that lone Watson hiding underneath. I believe that's the Watson that managed to escape from the hands of Reignite.
I wonder if you met my X10 Crit. It is not Watson's day, unfortunately. Charge rifle tries to do what it can. Against 3 players, I mean, what can you hope for here, Crips?
Oh, just hope that he fights only one team at a time. He spotted out a Bloodhound from another team. And now they start to face these guys. That lone Watson, she's gotten out of here. She's like, I have no absolute way. I have no business staying here. Let me just get the hell out. You guys can continue flirting with each other. X10 Crit, they've exchanged positions now. They were the ones who were outside the building. Now they're the ones inside. Their opponents stuck inside the zipline room. I wouldn't exactly call them stuck because they kind of chose to be there. So let's see if this decision pays off.
They're clearing the basement as well. They're worried their monsters are in there, and unfortunately for them, there are. But what violence do you meet monsters with? That's at X10's discretion, and something tells me a lot. Or elsewhere, we are seeing a bit more damage being done, and X10 Crits seem to have stagnated. They don't need to move anywhere. They don't have a bit of vision to work with. They have a bit of info, but they're in such a comfortable position now, they might as well let everyone kill each other.
But this is turning into a little bit of a stalemate now. And I wonder how long it will stay like this. X10, the team that they were up against, both these teams sharing the same compound. Historically, not cool. I mean, later on, when they both have to exit this region, what's going to happen? They will be too busy fighting themselves. Meanwhile, there's Revenant Esports who are also in the same POI, but holding the tunnel underneath. And Revenant Esports are trying to go up against SNG, who are already retreating from a 5th team. So yeah, almost every single team is near this region. It just depends on who has more cover. And yeah, for the time being, when the circle still favors Launchpad and the surrounding areas, I would much rather be indoors than being over there without a Gibby bubble at the mercy of SNG, who are already dumping down Gibby defensive bombardment on them. The Peacekeeper, not the best weapon at a range like this, but the Black Hole has missed, and that should be another opportunity for the team that they are up against. They can go for the full reset, but the moment they get an opportunity to peek, they get pummeled. This Arcstar should boil out. The Gibby Bubble comes through right in time, and another defensive bombardment has been called in. This one not belonging to their opponents, but to a third party instead. And at this point, SMG have started to get... they start to get a little taste of their own medicine. Now they're getting shot from the back, from the high ground instead, and they realize this a little too late. fight on already on the ground. HAIWAAN Gaming. This third party could be the saving grace that keeps HAIWAAN Gaming alive in this lobby.
I'm really impressed with the Gibby from HAIWAAN there. The fact that they were able to survive that pinch from two teams, actually get into like the minuscule cover they have left, and fight their way out of it is really something to behold. They're not in the zone though. They do still need to reposition, and now they're getting shot from behind. It's like the odds and the world are stacked against HAIWAAN Gaming. However, it may not matter because they're still able to get away.
Oh. Imagine trying to pinch a team that's stuck on the edge of the zone, thinking you will be able to keep them and wipe them, but you get wiped instead. Now it's HAIWAAN Gaming who's having the last laugh. They use their bubble to get up close and personal. The Peacekeeper doing plenty of damage, but as they do the bubble dance and as they try to swing in and out of cover, Shastri will fall. They will exact revenge by thirsting someone else, and that should make plenty of shield slots available to them. But HAIWAAN Gaming runs straight into Revenant Esports, and they find out the hard way. It's not just Revenant that's present in one of those underground tunnels. It's also NXL who's sharing the tunnel that's the one next to it. So one of them has Revenant, one of them has NXL inside. There's nowhere left to go, there's nowhere left to hide. Where do you move now?
Bear in mind, I think that for DEADBEATZ here as well, they are in such a good position. They control two of the entrances, both of which are under contention. More importantly, they're still in the zone. There's the pinch that comes in. A lot of damage being done to Blunder King here. He's just about able to get away, giving up the low ground. X10 Crit, they've made their exodus, they've made their entry, and now the damage is starting to stack up here. The caustic barrels go off, 2 extra kills for X10 Crit, and now they're moving upstairs. These monsters, it's time for their reckoning. It's Judgment Day for anyone in this building, and as they continue to output this damage, X10 Crit, they may have lost most too. However, will they be able to get him back up? More importantly, will they be able to do so without being third party?
You know, at this moment, I really would appreciate X10's position. At least they have hard cover to work with. Sure, they might get trapped inside by Reignite, and all this caustic gas is not going to be good for their lungs, but the digital threat available on Imperial Halal gives them a clear line of sight through all this gas, and this could be great. Even Reignite have used their Newcastle wall to block off one of the entrances. I wonder what happened to Revenant Esports who are just across the other side, whether they're still even alive or not, because even NXL is sharing the same underground location, and there's just very limited amount of tunnels for everyone else to hold.
Love the attempts being made here to make sure that teams don't even get to consider pushing here. The Hemlock, it maybe burst fire, but at point blank, when it's that upgraded, it still has a hell of a kick as ANT Esports actually regain control here. They evict X10, surprisingly.
Well, and Esports don't just want to evict them, they want to burn them and bury them as well. Doing both the kinds of cremation services for your opponents. And Esports now struggling to hold across this little crossfire. They have both the staircases available to themselves, even the zipline room, so verticality belongs to them. Their opponents supposed to stay on the lower floor. But as they hold the high ground, and as they control the verticality, they need to force errors out of their opponents as well. Because for now, it just seems that they're getting a little greedy. They're trying to push the envelope little by little, trying to inch closer and closer to the opponent so that they can get an angle, maybe get even a knock or two. But they don't need to do that. Their opponent will naturally succumb. Of course, if they succumb naturally to some other team, then they might not get the points, and I can see why they're being greedy.
It's a huge fight continuing to happen. It's like we've had permanent gunfight in this building for the last, 5 minutes. ANT Esports continuing to do that damage now, and with all the ammo in the world on these players, they're not going to stop shooting until they see the hole on the other side. Quick rotation from Holiday there, just able to survive, just able to get in the zone, but these sonars keep going out. They know exactly what their intentions are. The Arc Star is just about going to be avoided. However, the overwhelming firepower, is it too much for ANT? They try to get out of there. Jylan is able to get onto the high grounds, at which point the rest of the team all commit to their rotations, and ANT continue their survival.
Oh, they're starting to run out of resources now, down to the last med kit. But there's plenty of shields available on Bolin, so I guess that's fine. Their opponents, they've vacated the first floor and have now gone down to the ground floor instead. And as they try to exit the building, these guys are going to be in trouble. The last zone is upon us. They need to move out into the open. the team that's holding the tunnels underneath might just have an advantage of sorts. But Team Goated, the team who's at the absolute high ground over here, has barely any angles on anyone.
They've hardly fought anyone, but
Exactly.
they've survived for so long thanks to their kind of masterful positioning. They actually commit the Valkyrie ult, and now this is going to be interesting to see where they go. They're going to be able to drop. They're going to hot drop right into the chaos here. While Reignite, they get third party, flanked for the time being. They're able to survive. Out comes that blood hunt, and with 8 hostiles being detected, that is almost every remaining player as we see a constant push here. Imperial Halal going to take this huge push, goes to the high ground, sees so many players below him, but isn't interested. Instead, he wants the players caught out in the open. This car just trying to get that high fire rate, the damage output as much as possible, but to highlight onto one of these Reignite members, ammo is running low.
Oh my god, Revenant Esports, they are the ones who take up the high ground now. After Team Goated give up that position, it seems like Revenant Esports find that as a safe place to be. Of course, they can avoid all the gunfire for now, but the moment their feet land on the ground, they're going to be met with plenty of hurt. And I'm not sure if they have enough resources to out-heal all this thing. Like, even down to his last shield cell, he's got absolutely nothing else to work with, and now he's getting pushed. It's very brave of NXL to actually take a little bit of zone damage and try to kill Belkun over here. Mexius is already down. He also might suffer a similar fate. Anti-Sports now get out of their building and now go up against a team inside the tunnels. Can they fulfill their destiny though? They are the healthiest team out here and they've got them cornered. The flatline absolutely beaming every single person down as Holiday fights the dust, but Zeno is keeping hope alive for the opponents. This might just be a 1v3, but there's absolutely no way that Rick Zeno just did that. This 1v3, this wasn't supposed to happen.
Not like this, surely. Another one goes down. It's down to the final 3 squads. And unfortunately, the chaos still ensues. More damage at point blank now. And all of a sudden, every single team is running out of players here. It's all onto the Valkyrie. Point blank, overwhelmed. And Team Burger are the ones to take that champion title.
Imagine being Team Burger. They were present in that Spider Cave region for such a long time that nobody paid attention to them. Every single player was focused on either holding the underground tunnels or holding the actual building itself, even flirting with the idea of taking the high ground on top of the tower. But Burger avoided all of that. They avoided every single fight that was happening, only to come in towards the later end of that game and toss one Nox gas grenade into that mix. They get all the kills while everyone else is just struggling to find ways in and around those underground regions. Otherwise, they'll be stuck by the ring.
What I really like from Team Burger as well is the fact that they didn't fight until the very, very end. It was like that final zone with a good 8 squads left, and then they committed to engagements. And because they took everyone by surprise, because they were on that high ground for so long, it meant that they had all the ammo they could want for, all the utility, all the nades. They just didn't show themselves, and it meant that element of surprise just forced every other team left to just all fight each other at the same time. And in that chaos, I mean, from the ashes, our phoenix rises, and for Team Burger, that was a hell of a map.
Oh, that was indeed a hell of a map. I mean, they literally sandwiched their opponents. Wait, why did I say sandwich? I guess they burgered their opponents doesn't really sound all that great, right? It doesn't really have that kick. But yeah, they sandwiched their opponents between the ring and the wall. And there's only one way out, is if you climb up on that ledge. And the moment teams try to do that, people get shot down. If they try to stay down there, they're going to get burned alive by the gas and the ring. So it was like a win-win situation for Team Burger. But what really impresses me the most is how they managed to just avoid all these battles when literally every single team was struggling to even find an avenue to stay alive inside.
Yeah, I also want to talk about Reignite there. Zero's 1v3 was just incredible. Bearing in mind, his teammates did do a lot of damage on the output, but they didn't down anyone. Zero had to put up with 3 players all shooting at him at point blank, survive that, kill them, and then get his teammates up, and he was able to do all of that.
Well, I'm really surprised that even HAIWAAN Gaming survived as long as they did. Keep in mind that they were the ones who were supposed to... Yeah, exactly. Because of the third party, they survived for a little bit longer. Otherwise, they would have been mincemeat. They had the zone against them. They were getting pressured by the Gibby ultimate and the ordnance as well. So, yeah. They managed to survive a couple more places, get some more points for themselves. I think that should be good for them. And Esports, though, they had everything for themselves. They had the only building available as cover. They forced other teams to get outside in the open. And Esports were the ones who were dictating the pace of the game and the place where everyone else fights. But then they got 1v3'd by Rig Zero. Now, that is just unbelievable.
Yeah, it really was. And honestly, I'm so impressed with them for being able to do that. Here's the thing, though. Ant still placed well, and because they were fighting so many players, because they had control of that main building for so long, it meant that they were able to really rack up some kill points, if not necessarily placement points. And I'm now really interested to see how Burger is going to measure up against the victors of our first game, to see if they were able to do a little bit more damage than, I believe, who won the first game, and if they could beat them.
Team Burger, they did not have a good start, but they proved to us why they are indeed the best of the best over there, right? And they did it by making everyone else do the dirty work. We've already pointed this out, how you have to force everyone else to do your bidding. But Team Burger, while they get the win, because of their lack of participation in the battles, they don't have enough kill points as Reignite.
I'm fair play to Reignite. They killed so many people. They genuinely did so much damage that it was insurmountable. Yes, Team Burger with that win are going to be only 2 points shy, but the other team I want to highlight is Revenant as well, who also were one of the main kind of titans inside that initial building fight.
Initial building fight was just so weird to look at, right? Because everyone else who was towards the not the tower high ground. I'm talking about the high ground that X10 was fighting in at one point. That high ground had to be left, and then there's like 2 compounds available for teams. That is it. Most of the teams will try to go for the main building where one team holds floor, the other team holds another one. It's a 3-story building, so there's enough room for everybody. But the way Anti-Sports forced everyone into the open, just by keeping them on their toes, just by keeping their enemies just unable to chill a little. That's how they just forced everyone out, because they had control of the stairs and the zip line, so verticality belonged to them. The only thing that the other team can do is leave the building. They can't change floors.
And it just meant that when you attempted to leave that building, you were shot at by like 3 different teams. 3 different teams. And you just can't survive that. I also want to talk about Team Goated and NXL WolfPack. We didn't see much of them that game, but they still sort of snuck up there on placement points. And for WolfPack as well, a respectable amount of kills. I think they could be potentially silent but deadly teams.
Yeah, silent but deadly. That's what Team Burger is. And that's what I smell like after having a delicious burger. Pun intended.
Oh my god.
But Revenant Esports, I'm kind of proud of them. Consistent throughout the games. They were actively participating in fights in both the matches so far, and I think they've done pretty well. Top 3 placements every single time. Plenty of kill points as well. I think Revenant Esports is really trying to prove a point over here, and they might just be able to do it.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And for Reignite, the fact that they've been able to keep first place with kills alone makes me think that we might be seeing that might embolden them for a little bit more aggression. It may even embolden teams like FOURTWENTY, like the POWERPOP girls, to potentially be a little bit more aggressive themselves, seeing the reward that comes from forcing gunfights.
Forcing gunfights. Now, that is a little wild concept, because you don't want to fight. Most teams try to avoid fighting. They just try to take pot shots and hope that the other team runs out of meds. And if every team does that, and none of the teams have a low bar, you know that saying that goes, an eye for an eye leaves the world blind?
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen. And then the team with the higher resources will end up winning. And Esports was supposed to be that team. They had all the resources in the world. They had the zone, they had the meds, everything, but they couldn't capitalize on it. You'll need to learn from Team Burger how to do this kind of stuff. But we'll get to see a lot more big brain gameplays and some amazing beams on 1v3 clutches. All of this in the next game. But before we jump into the next game, we're going to go on a short break. We'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. We just saw Team Burger have an incredible performance where they were able to slowly ease their way into that first place prize. However, they do not top the group. Instead, Reignite top that group, having killed a fair few players. These stone cold murderers were able to kill, I believe, 13 players in the huge kerfuffle we had in our 4th and 5th rings.
Yeah, that one compound that they held above Launchpad, that turned into the burial ground of so many teams. They wiped out 2 teams over there minimum, chased away a 3rd one, and then kept themselves alive all the way into the final circle by taking one of those underground positions in Launchpad. And with that, the amount of kill points they accumulated took them to the tippy top of the scoreboard. The only team who was able to give them a run for their money was Team Burger, who adopted quite the opposite strat that Team Reignite had. Team Reignite was going around killing people, but Burger was out there chilling in the spider cave, webbing their little crochets and making sweaters out of it.
It kept them warm, that's for sure, because the heat certainly turned up in those final few rings, and the fact they were able to go without fighting for so long meant that when they did end up taking that engagement, they just had so much utility to use that they just couldn't be beat. And so while it worked for Burger, I don't think it's going to work twice. I think that teams are going to be a lot more vigilant of the high grounds, and we're going to see a lot more, probably towards our final zones as well, a lot more frequent rotations when it comes from our Valkyries.
Definitely. The Valkyrie ult is a saving grace for most teams, especially in the mid to late game rotation phase. But if you're in the absolute late game and the circle is as small as a little potato, where will you even go with that Valkyrie? Because the moment you land somewhere, there's going to be teams directly underneath you. So that's going to be problematic. Let's see whether we see any problems in Lava City. I see 2 teams headed there already. Oh, never mind. One of those teams just took a U-turn and went towards the dome instead. And the other one went towards Big Mod. So early game fights avoided towards the southeast part of the map, even though I thought that something or the other might happen. We might see something in Fragment once again.
We very well may do, and of course this initial combo that we've just seen 420 drop in is usually a huge point of interest. However, I'm surprised by how sparsely populated it is. Usually we're seeing kind of 2 or 3 teams drop for this zone. Instead, 420 are almost given a free reign here, which is going to really help equip them for these next couple of rings. Elsewhere, I think the main point of contest is really going to be this west side of Fragment, but that's it, really. It's a fairly slow start.
Yeah, all these matches have been slow starts, right? I mean, in Stormpoint, we had to wait until the closure of the first ring to even see First Blood. Although, only 16 teams are present in the lobby right now, so I'm assuming some of these teams have had some problems joining in. So that could be sad, definitely, missing out on the game like this. PABB though, Scrapper had absolutely no idea Sapsy was headed his way, and while backup will arrive in the form of Archangel, it's just a little too late.
Let's see if there's going to be a proper attempt here from PABB here to get this opening, and with Scrapper already dead, they're already in such a difficult position here, and it looks like they may just be a push here. PABB in a lot of trouble.
Oh no, the trouble just keeps on increasing. There's no way out of this one. What a quick wipeout.
Overwhelmed. Team goated. That was a hell of a fight. Bear in mind that once they eliminated that first player, they knew they could just play the numbers game. I love how they hesitated for just a moment to then stack up and just overwhelm, which was really, really nice, almost stutter step from them. And it meant that, I mean, for PABB, there was no solution.
Absolutely no solution. Team goated though, they have had a little bit of a lineup change. Sapsy wasn't playing during the qualifiers, so I'm excited to see what he brings to the table. Of course, with him drawing First Blood, I'm excited to see this guy already.
Reignite, of course, the marauding team that really were the ones to fear in our last game.
Yeah.
Completely uncontested here, which is even more worrying.
And I just found out that Imperial Halal is actually Jen Burden.
Oh.
Yep. He is Mr. Jen Burden, the man to look out for. And his teammate Zero just pulled off a sick 1v3 in the previous game.
Yeah. That just makes this team even scarier, though, doesn't it? Like they were already scary. Now it's even worse.
Yeah, now it's
I
even
like
worse.
Team, yeah. Team Burger are victors of the last game. Looking to get some, repeat that success. Longbow at range, already fully equipped, is hoping to maybe do the odd bit of damage here. But instead, it's DNZ now. We have players on the low ground. Now we have a fight for this warehouse. It's a little bit more delayed than I was expecting. However, a fight comes nonetheless.
And the Bangalore ultimate can be avoided. This Rolling Thunder won't really do all that much. But the nades certainly can. The caustic gas traps are holding the players at the low ground for now, while DNZ have the roof. They're also checking the roof of the other building, which is connected by the bridge, because that's the only other place to get up on the high ground, unless you're a Valkyrie or something like that. They use the Bangalore smoke to get up close and personal. Maybe they can use it to bridge the gap as well, but the thermite grenades stand in the way. And I think this is turning into one of those fights where if you have a digital threat, you have the absolute advantage, but I can't really see any of those attachments on the opponents, or this team for that matter, so it's turning into a little bit of a stalemate. Let's see who gets the first knock.
It really is now. DNZ still trying to do the odd bit of damage where they can. They are slowly being overwhelmed. However, they've won this war of attrition, really. They keep getting pinged by the sonar, but no one's really following up. There's that follow-up. A lot of damage done to that Valkyrie. And now we're waiting for the follow-up. Joker looking to pursue all the way down to ground zero here. Instant deployment of that smoke. However, Joker is just going to continue this rampage. This 8-8 at point blank is ruthless.
Oh, and inside the bubble, they go in for the trouble. DNZ wipe them out without breaking a sweat. They lose SA for a moment, but this coordinated fight was incredible from the side of DNZ. Their opponents got a bit too greedy and maybe even a bit too confident in attempting to push them on the roof, which resulted in them getting their shields broken. And as soon as DNZ realized that they are the ones who have an HP advantage, they relinquish their high ground, fall down to the ground, and just completely wipe out the other team. They even use the Gibby bubble perfectly so that while they enter that narrow doorway choke point, they don't get beamed down at once.
FOURTWENTY looking to continue this attack. Dragoon actually going to go try and get this kill. However, it's been guarded. It's almost like a bait and switch now. This wingman, Menyera's good when you hit your shots, not when you're panicking. And as he desperately tries to get away, he needs some teammates to help in this endeavor. We see the drop of utility here for FOURTWENTY just to allow Dragon to get away. However, the damage has already been done to this down player. There's no way that end of day survives there. It was just a matter of buying time.
Oh, FOURTWENTY secure that one kill. And now in a 2 versus 3, their opponents are falling back. They really need to disengage for now. FOURTWENTY realized that their opponent has left the premises. Now the question is, do they go for the chase?
I would be surprised if they don't. They're already a player up. And even if you don't have the better weapons, that extra player damage output can't be beat. Instead, we're going to hop over to Team Burger now. Looking to invade another spot of territory. A bit of a land grab here. Seems to be uncontested for the time being, though.
Yeah, this proxy compound that they're holding is uncontested, but it's not like they want to keep their position a secret. Given that they've spotted a team in the center, the smack center of Thermal Station, they know for a fact that that team cannot be approached. That team cannot be messed around with. Even if they get a knock, there's no way Team Burger can actually full send onto their opponents. Plus, I don't think they even want to. This compound that they hold is amazing. They can just continue being here. Once the circle closes, they'll still be in the next ring. Then they can scan because there's a survey beacon right around the corner. And this is going to keep them, you know, well fed all the way until the 4th circle.
I'm really interested to see if there's any way that that a team will try and zone Burger here. Like, is there any chance they get focused purely because of how well they did last game? Honestly, it doesn't look like the case. The beacon's going to be activated, and that's going to continue to just help them fortify this position.
Yeah, it also tells them where the next ring is. Now, they can stay inside this compound for one more ring, but they know for a fact that in the next one, they're going to have to leave. So do they start making preemptive moves so that they can avoid likes of Revenant Esports? or do they continue staying in the position that they are in right now, go in for the next ring scan as well, and then leave after that in the 4th ring?
Yep. Revenant as well, also in a really good position here. And this position, you've almost got a chokehold on anyone sort of entering this 3rd ring as well. So Revenant are really going to be able to output some serious damage here. Elsewhere, though, DEADBEATZ ready to take a fight. Let's see if they can survive. Is this their chance to finish the hunt they had already started?
Oh, DEADBEATZ. I'm kind of feeling a little nervous about them over here. Unlike a lot of other teams who are towards the southern part of the zone, still towards Thermal Station and whatnot, DEADBEATZ are still in Countdown, and they have a long way to go. Bear in mind, long way to go via Landslide, one of the most treacherous places to rotate from. Now, luckily, there's not too much population and fragment, so they can avoid battles inside of Landslide. Oh yeah, not just fragment, they can avoid battles across Landslide all the way into Harvester, so they are safe. They've got nothing to worry about. Sapsy might spot them out, but then again, he's alone and away from his team, so he's not gonna initiate a fight over there. But look at the circle down south. Everyone is starting to go for the land grab right now, Kremer.
There's a huge rotation that has to be made from a lot of these teams as well. It's a really uncomfortable zone here, and Sapsy, the lone member, didn't survive, well, actually was able to survive that engagement at Landslide, but for how long? Yeah, he's in such a difficult position, having to rotate into a ring as a solo. It's going to be really difficult.
I didn't even realize his teammates died. He was the one who was fighting alongside Team Goated, right? I did point out that he's one of the newer players who did not play in the qualifier for his team. So yeah, now he really has to prove his worth. Gotta show him why he was picked up, why the lineup change was made. I'm kind of concerned about Anti-Sports though. They're down to a 2-man roster, and they have a team headed towards them, and it's not like they can avoid that fight because both of them need to make their way into the zone via the same rotation path. So that could be a little tricky. SNG, while they're safe inside the zone, they're trying to go for a little proactive move over here, trying to take early positioning so that hopefully in the later stages of the game they won't have to be worried about moving. NXL are not the kind of team that go for that.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we're seeing such an aggressive rotation from them there. Bear in mind they were already safe. But let's look over to NXL, who are currently in a bit of an engagement. Remember, NXL, they actually did very damn well in our last map. It's just we didn't see too much of them. It was the impact of the kills, not the quantity, which allowed them kind of place in the top 5 here. We're seeing elsewhere, Imperial head out, just trying to, on the ramparts, just trying to rain death from above here. This is such a nasty position as well.
This is a nasty character, dude. Like,
Yeah.
Imagine being Jen Burton, one of the most popular players in the entire game, and you're playing the most unpopular character. Who the hell picks Rampart in the competitive game?
Well, here's
Jen
why.
Burton,
This is actually insane. There's like they've got their own little like fortified bunker here.
yeah, I mean, they can turn a bunch
dares
of rocks
fight
into
them?
a fortress, so yeah, sure, it's lucrative, but still, Rampart, like, it offers no value. You can't hold people out of it. You can always jump over the covers. You can destroy the covers. It doesn't help you with defense all that much. Sure, yeah, the Sheila is a melting machine, but let's be honest, how can you move with it?
Trying to get lucky with that wingman. Do you feel lucky, Punk? Although whoever he was shooting at certainly does. Zartas eventually lands the dodge shots as the rest of NXL are going to be following this up with a bit of a hunt here. And considering the damage they're able to get, even if in via stray bullets, that may be enough to really worry them. There's that first kill. Big Z, he's after more though.
NXL, just relentless dangers that are wiped out. More kills to be lined up in their pockets. And I'm very surprised that there's 14 teams still in the game, even though we started with only 16 of them. Now,
NXL actually such a good spot as well.
yeah, and what's even better is that they have positions across both the sides of this unpassable rock. So if things go wrong, they could go either way. They've got options open, and that's the best part, is having more options available for yourself.
Yeah, they need to be really, really careful that they don't end up getting trapped in a corridor if the zone backs onto one of these exits. And I would like to see them, even though it's a strong position, I don't want to see them overstay their welcome. X10 Crit, one of our other, because almost titans of the teams here, already a player down. Haven't done too much damage yet, if any. Maybe just playing for placement here.
X10. While certainly lacking a member is going to be bad, what's even worse is that the position that they're holding right now keeps them safe only in this ring. In the next one, they might have to move out. And the moving out part isn't the problem. The problem is that once you start getting out of the region, you have to pass a massive area of nothingness where there's no cover for you. Over there, you can't stay protected, and with so many teams starting to position themselves in and around this region, you're gonna get shot by everybody. Revenant Esports are already picking up some pot shots onto God OP, and they've finished him off as well, so good for them as Revenant get one more kill, but Reignite have changed their position. They have gone a little towards the south. They were holding the train station, keep in mind, the vertical train station, not the curved one, over there, and now they've gone towards the south. Towards that U-pass, going around it, and if they continue down that path, there's a good chance that they will run into Team ATH.
You're absolutely right. And what's interesting actually is how right now, ATH slap bang in the middle of the zone and aren't fighting anyone. They've got this web of Watson utility, and it's just not even being fought for. They are just in a free position here, and it's going to mean anyone who even attempts to rotate into the final zone is close to them as well. This is really worrying for anyone who does fight them now.
Oh, it's just a matter of patience. We've seen so many amazing clutches happen in the position that ATH is holding right now. That little fenced up corridor is basically one of the most popular places to be in, but this is the most infamous place. This goat pass that Revenant Esports are trying to push right now has been the graveyard of so many teams in the past. In fact, one of the ALGSs of 2019 was decided in this location, and Revenant Esports really want to make this one work once again as they try to go in for the spray battles, but the Peacekeeper from NXL is just a bit too strong. It's just Vicious who's down in a 1v1, and he clutches it out! Not only that, he's become the kill leader with it. Amazing stuff from Revenant Esports, and is just so successful at wiping out squads.
They truly are, and I tell you what will be interesting now is going to be if HAIWAAN, sorry, bear in mind that they still need to rotate for this next zone, on top of the fact that we need to see Reignite rotate for the next zone, and both of them, especially with the Rampart on Reignite, actually digging in and reestablishing itself for each zone is going to get harder and harder each time. And as we do get to what is essentially point blank, I wonder what mileage the Rampart is going to be able to get.
Exactly. The Rampart, it melts at any range, sure, but you can't really move along with that big-ass gun in your hand. And Jen Burton is one of those players who has some of the nuttiest moves in the game, so imagine not being able to do all of that. FOURTWENTY, they've got this tiny trailer for themselves. It doesn't offer much in terms of cover, but at least they're not out there below the bridge, which is a far worse position to hold. I can feel really bad for Sapsi right now as he's somehow finding place for himself, but it's not going to be long before he gets dispatched off.
Let's drop from Revenant. Now they've landed, they're just trying to make their presence known, doing as much damage as humanly possible. However, high ground position is going to be so difficult to hold. We're seeing them really deploy this Valkyrie utility, just trying to make this position zoned so they have space to rotate. And looks like Revenant are going to be doing just that, continuing to take the fight with anyone inside this little bunker.
Oh,
but for how long will this position be effective?
Look at the next ring, Kremer. This is the stuff of nightmares. It's gonna force everyone into the open, and the only real cover available over here are these anthracite rocks and whatever is left of the area under the bridge. That's it.
Making contact with enemy. Contact with target.
It absolutely is. The question is, who bites first? Who moves first? Because whoever moves first is going to die. Whoever moves last is going to die. Timing is everything. And right now for DNZ, there are players right below every exit for them. Leaving this bunker, this little laboratory, is going to be so difficult. And while they know there are players, they just don't know where they are.
You can hear them all around them. And they know for a fact that they're in the vicinity, but pinpointing the location is going to be difficult unless you peek out and get confirmation by getting shot yourself. In which case, you'll find out the hard way where they are. But for now, these guys don't need to worry all that much. They don't need to move too deep into the zone, and even if they leave this building, there's another one that they can get inside. So they have cover to move into the zone. The only difference is whether or not will their enemies let them pass. Revenant Esports focusing towards the trailer right now as they are reinforcing their position under the bridge. But I'm just really surprised nobody from high ground has started to take pot shots at them. There could be a chance that Jack Cute and his teammates will create a problem for Revenant Esports later on. But for now, those guys are busy fighting a battle of their own. So Revenant Esports can continue pummeling this team stuck inside the trailer.
Look at that huge amount of damage being output there. It is really getting dicey for pretty much any team when it comes to utility usage now.
Indeed, they're just hoping that the other team doesn't push them with these plethora of Nox gas grenades in their way. Somehow, it builds enough space for DNZ's Caustic to reshield up, but now they need to get in the ring as well, and they're falling like flies. It's just SA left, and X10 will make quick work of them. And here comes Revenant. They are even quicker, this time taking care of X-Punk, but they don't have to worry about their backstabs, and that's the best part about being Revenant Esports right now. Even the bridge offers them protection from the Gibby defensive bombardment, but finally angles will be taken by Jack Cute. We told you before as well that this is the only team that can create problems for Revenant Esports. And while all of this is happening, Reignite are happily taking pot shots at everyone that they can get their eyes on.
Oh, that's a huge kill as well for TSM. Oh, TSM, sorry for Reignite. I was reading Imperial House there. Able to do so much damage. On top of the fact Barry might be able to pluck players out of midair, means that you're also cutting them off from the rest of their team because they're just going to go straight downwards. For now, Reignite, Sharky, of course, our hero. 1v3 wielder of our last map. Continuing to just harass this Watson as best he can. Already on red shields though, for now it's just burning the utility of ATH.
It's so funny to see Watson traps like this out there on the railway track, so in the open. ATH now need to hold off Revenant Esports away from this position. The thermite grenades might keep them away for now, but as they try to get upstairs, Reignite start to take pot shots at them. Where do they go? If they go below, there's Revenant Esports. If they stay above, there's Reignite. And now that Reignite have started to pop off with the wingman, they are just about to pull off the Sheila, and that will be game over. The Oxstars getting stuck so deep inside their flesh, it's almost chewing them alive.
Definitely trying to survive here, but the damage is so damn strong here. Reignite continue to just pummel anyone who dares peek him here. We're going to see the rampant turrets. I think we are as well.
Oh, that was a good attempt by Zero. He would have thrown the gravity lift over there just to get his opponent behind that cover out, but it didn't work. Although the intention is made clear that Zero is about to go ahead and kill GoGaps. And with him dead, we are down to the last two teams.
What do they hope to do? They spot out the first player. A lot of damage being output here, but all of them so low on HP. This is a really damn difficult task. The damage continuing to be done now from the high ground. Looks like it will be death from above. Does a bit of early damage. However, is it enough? Instant crack of the shields. Taken out. And just like that, Reignite emerge as our Game 3 champions. However, seeing their performance in Game 2, I think it's safe to have said that would have been inevitable.
Oh, this team. I don't know where they were in game number 1 because it didn't seem like they were having a great time, but ever since they started Storm Point, they have been absolutely decimating everyone. Look at this comp. It's literally the most useless competitive composition. Like, there's a Horizon, a Pathfinder, and Rampart. None of these characters fit into the meta, but they still win. Why? Because the players behind these characters are just that good.
Something I want to highlight was the Horizon grab well there was one of the coolest things that we
Yeah.
almost saw. No, it wasn't because it was out. It wasn't because it was moving someone. It was because the Ramparts was about to put their turret down. So it would have just flung someone up in the air to then be turned into absolute mincemeat by that Rampart turret. That would have been the coolest play of the tournament. Unfortunately, the grab was a little bit too far to the left and wasn't able to fling up one of the remaining players. But the thought is what counts.
Yeah, the thought is what counts. Normally, people would chuck down grenades if there's somebody hiding behind a box to flush them out, but this is something else. I mean, at least with the nades, they still have an option to tank it, right? This is
Yeah.
guaranteed gonna flush you out in the air and probably gonna make you land somewhere where you don't desire. That is the crosshair of Mr. Jen Burden.
Yeah, and that's that. You don't want to be in the crosshair of Mr. Jim Burton. Let's be honest. He is that good. And I want to follow it up by saying that Reignite, they're at a stage now where they've won one map. They did very well in the second as well. They're at a point where they are very comfortable. I think they're guaranteed through unless they instantly wipe out in the next two maps. Let's take a look at the highlights though. Let's see how it was Reignite were able to craft this victory as we move into what is going to be the highlights from our third game here.
All started off with DNZ. It almost always does. Even in the previous game, they were one of the first teams to get into trouble, but this time they got out of it as well pretty quickly. They fought inside Lava City, made quick work of their opponents, and easily isolated these frags. This Gibby bubble, it's so valuable. It not only allows them to move inside the door, but also creates a little angle for them as they dance around that zipline room. So that was amazing. NXL, meanwhile, they had an amazing showing towards the middle section of the game, but in the late game, they just became somewhat irrelevant.
They truly were. I'm interested to see if we see any other changes to sort of compositions now as we enter the kind of final breaths of today's games. And for me, the main one I want to see is, even though it's unorthodox, even though in 90% of the time it just doesn't work, I would love to see more Ramparts.
Why, Kreml? Why? Like, no. That's the one character I detest, like, with the bottom of my heart. Not only the abilities of Rampart, but also the way she
terrible
talks.
to play against, terrible to play with, terrible to pretty much everything, but amazing to watch.
Yeah, sure, maybe. It's probably because it's in the hands of Jen Burton. If it was someone else, I probably wouldn't have enjoyed this much. I don't know, I just don't like her voice lines. I mean,
It's hard to get decent voice lines nowadays. I feel like bear in mind, if you're making a voice line, Crips, what would you want it to be? What? But you're making a new legend, Crips. Region, accents, and what voice lines will we see?
I mean, if I have to make an Indian character, Rampart is an Indian character, right? And they've given her the typical Indian characteristics. She wears clothes, she puts on a sari and whatnot, but her voice is just, I don't know, for some reason, I just find it really annoying. I don't have anything against it.
I feel that with English characters. I really do.
Yeah, so now you understand how I feel, right? Me being an
Yeah.
Indian, the way she sounds, I'm like, that's not how Indians sound. Please stop Raj Kutrapaliing this stuff.
Of course. We may be seeing more of Rampart in our next couple of games. Of course, we have got game 4 on the way. But before we do, let's take a look at the standings. Reignite affirming themselves at the top here. The only team now even close to chasing them down is Revenant, who had another very good game as well.
This is a bit too good of a game for them. 19 points? While the other teams don't even have double digits? That's just ridiculous. It seems like Reignite and Revenant Esports are just running away with the tournament all by themselves. At least Team Burger had something to say in the previous game, but over here, they had absolutely no way to stamp that authority. Just 4 points. At least those 4 points came through in the form of placements, right? So at least we know that they can still continue surviving, and what we learned about them in Storm Point holds true in World's Edge as well. But Revenant Esports, I did not think that they would be this damn effective.
Bear in mind, it's not like they were doing anything it's not like they were doing anything unorthodox, were they? They were just keeping to what they know. They were being fairly disciplined. They were taking calculated fights, and they weren't rotating unless they absolutely had to, which meant they weren't in the open for as long. They were harder to shut down. The only reason they lost in that final kind of duel against Reignite is because they weren't on full HP to start with. And you credit where credit's due to Reignite. They're the reason they weren't on full HP to start with. But for Revenant, it feels like they are one of the kind of the main competition to Reignite at the moment. Bear in mind, in Game 2, they also gave Reignite a run for their money.
Reignite, Revenant Esports, what a dominant showing from the both of them. I
Yeah.
also like how ATH was able to hold that fenced compound. That's what kept them alive for so
For
long.
a really long
But
time, yeah.
yeah, but that's the worst part about that fence compound. As secure as it is, it doesn't really gives you too many lines of sight. I mean,
Mm.
if you want to focus on one team, you can't do it from that position. If you expose yourself,
Yeah.
you'll be fighting 3-4 teams at the same time. It's either that or nothing at all.
Yeah. It feels like that 100 or none way of playing is a bit of a gamble every time you set up, as with that Watson. So for me, the change I would like to see, just an ever so slight change, would be to set up just like that as before. But I would like to see them use that Valkyrie ult a little bit earlier, or maybe just bring in a Valkyrie so they have that option to just disengage, to just get up and go, pack up and go, and then set up out elsewhere without being kind of shoehorned into one corner that they feel trapped in.
Exactly. And that problem itself, getting shoehorned into one corner, is the thing that teams like to avoid the most. Unfortunately,
Mhm.
sometimes they don't have a choice. Sometimes that's exactly what they will be suffering. But
Mm.
hey, the next map is going to be Storm Point. Hopefully, the teams don't feel that claustrophobic. Hopefully, they don't feel like they're stuck against a wall. So let's hope for the best. But before we jump into the next game, we're going to be jumping into a short break, and we'll see you guys on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. We have just seen Reignite take Game 3 by storm, having taken Map 2 via means of kills. They take Map 3 via means of victory. It wasn't Furic though. Revenant Esports swiftly on their heels, also proving to be one of the few teams here who can combat Reignite. We'll have to see how both of them fare in our fourth game, of course, so I can't talk you through it alone. I'm your caster Crabber3. I'm joined by the wonderful Crypts. How do you feel about this one, bud?
I kind of feel like this is turning into a two-horse race. Revenant Esports and Reignite are just running away with the game. And while Team Burger has what it takes to play catch-up, they kind of seem like they just have these on and off games where they oscillate between God mode and getting absolutely zone screwed. So they just need to find that consistency. But then again, this is just day one, so we have plenty of more opportunities for teams to show up. Other than these three teams, I'm starting to feel concerned about everybody else in the lobby.
Yeah, if I had one of these few teams left, particularly kind of like a team that hasn't had a particularly good first three maps, I would really love to see them maybe even hunt the likes of Revenant or the likes of Ignite. However, as we get into this fourth game, our penultimate game of the day, Crypts, is there a team you want to look out for?
I would really love to see NXL do something. They've shown promise because the way their 3v3 fights goes on, I think they're a pretty strong team. But then again, whenever a third party shows up, they kind of fail. So yeah, let's see if they can turn that 3v3 fighting prowess into survival prowess as well. Not a lot of teams going towards the south of the map. Anti-split spreading out across North Pad. We have, I believe, POWERPOP girls in Checkpoint and the southern compounds of that. X10 spreading out across Mill, Downed Beast, and C0 Cave. They're trying to take 3 POIs under their control. Now that is very ambitious. Meanwhile, C0 Cave already has 2 teams in there, so good luck to those guys. For everyone else, it seems like it's gonna be just a good old match of Stormpoint. Nothing too much.
If they can hold 3 POIs, though, they're going to be in such a strong position. They're going to have a kind of like mid-game power spike that no one's going to be able to combat with.
NXL. This is the compound that I believe has the best setup point in the entire game. You know how Cascade Falls is like one of the sweatiest locations, at least in our ranked and our pubs games, right?
Yep.
A lot of these teams just drop towards this compound and then they make their way towards Cascade Falls, which is a good trick, you know? You land in one of these obscure compounds and then go to the actual POI after you get guns. But then again, that logic applies in pubs, you know, when in a place where 10 teams drop into Cascade Falls. In competitive games, there won't be more than 2 teams in a given location.
I'm interested to see how Revenant rotate here, bearing in mind that they seem to be going for a bit of a kill-oriented setup, and my god, is that ruthless! Absolutely ruins poor player who's been caught along the side of the road, and like proper highwayman, it's into the car and flee from the scene.
Ugh, proper highwaymen, proper gangsters. 420.
That was very English, wasn't it? So proper
that's very English. Yeah.
But they are.
This thing that I just said right now, proper highwaymen, proper gangsters, naughty boys. I think it is from one of the British shows that I've seen on one of those Facebook clips. I don't remember the name of the show, but hey, let's be honest. Oh, The Gentleman, when he's asking for someone's phone and he's like trying to. Oh yeah. Wait, it's that popular of a scene? I mean, I haven't even watched the show. I didn't even describe it that well.
I'll be gone like the darkness at dawn.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, it's a very good movie.
I haven't seen it, and I'm pretty sure I did not do a good job of describing it. So yeah, it has to be like a really, really iconic movie or a show for it to ring to you that quickly, for you to understand it that quickly.
Yeah, I've seen it recently. It's very, very good. For now, we're going to look at SMG, who I think are wary of this rotation from Revenant behind them. Potentially a chance to even duel Revenant. And for Revenant, I mean, fighting this early, I mean, yes, it allows them to potentially rack up these kills, but it comes with a big risk as well. You do not want to be one of these first teams eliminated, particularly when you're one of the few teams that can be hot on the heels of Reignite.
Oh, no, they're getting shot from the back as well. It's Drawer who gets the knock onto Coley TV, and since he's up on the roof, there's very little space for them to actually revive their fallen teammate. They're just gonna leave him for the dead. They're gonna take to the skies and get the hell out of there, cut their lots of shots.
That was a lovely play from SNG to actually just outflank the players who were fighting them. And now that's those remaining two players are going to have, the remaining two teams are going to have a little bit of a skirmish, but I doubt it will bear many fruits. The SNG seem pretty content in just rotating away. We are seeing Shaddy join the rest of them, so there is a world here where we
where
top 17.
Yeah, Coley finally bleeds out, and SNG, while they have been able to do decent bit of damage, they really haven't found any meat yet. They don't have enough meat on the bone, and they're just considering whether it's even worth staying here or just continue moving into the zone. Revenant Esports, though, they have a very nice little car for themselves now, don't they? Gas traps on top of it, GB Dome on top of it. All the modifications that they can do to their ride. It's gonna put one of those
their ride.
Yeah, it's gonna put Pimp My Show. What is that? What is that show called where they make those ugly cars?
I think it is called Pit My Ride.
Yeah. They basically pimp their ride and they make it look like one of those armored tanks. Although that show, I've recently learned that the cars just look really good from the outside, but they don't really change all that much on the inside. It's just one of those secrets that get revealed about reality TV.
I think that is just designing cars in general. If you are going to modify your outside so much, it's going to handle terribly. Right?
Yeah, makes sense. But then again, this is no car. This was an armored tank with chemical weapons on top of it. And people who have the capacities of being weapons of mass destruction. But that's a different story.
Enemy spotted. Far.
Oh, it's a nice spot from Crit here. That charge rifle, a full beam onto the Gibby there. That's a lot of damage to worry about now. And I think we're not going to be seeing the big X10 for a few moments longer. That's for sure.
I'm starting to get worried over here, Kremer. They're running out of time. Sure, they don't need to move into the next zone, but how long can you keep fighting in C0 Cave? It's not one of those places where teams will come to third party, so go ahead, knock yourself out. Stay here as long as you want. But the longer you stay here, the less chance you have of getting inside.
Uh-oh.
No, that can't be good.
Uh-oh. Our producer just worriedly said, camera. Oh, no. We could be in trouble, boys.
We could be in big trouble. Now, we don't know if it was the observer who got disconnected or the entire server got shut down. But then, let's be honest, it's not our fault. Apex has been having these problems. It's the EA servers that are creating these problems. And we've seen this in the games as well, right? We saw in Game 1 how X10 didn't load with all the players. Reignite didn't load with all the players. People have been having disconnection issues all over the place. So it's about time that it happens to us as well.
It's only fair, right? It's only fair if the Observer's PC also gets cursed. I don't know if there's a way back in. If I'm not mistaken, there isn't one. So we'll wait in just a moment to hear from our producer as to what the plan is. We may have another observer in there. We'll have to wait and see. We're rehosting the game apparently, so we'll be able to get that in just a moment.
Now, hold on. I have a couple of questions about the implications of that. Does that mean every player who had already lost their lives, they get another chance? I mean, we didn't go too deep into the game. It was still the first circle, so we can reset. But then, I mean, if you reset the game, all the people who had died, all the points that you had accumulated, all those points will be lost. All those lives will be regained.
Yeah, that is going to be a real nail biter, I have to say. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll return in just a moment once we've been able to fix everything. Hopefully we shouldn't be too long, so just bear with us. Welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. In Game 4, we had a little bit of server issue. However, in just a moment, we're going to rehost. We're going to go back into the action to see how Game 4 will pan out. Now, luckily, it did end up going down towards the earlier stages of that map, so we are able to rehost without there being too much damage done to the point system.
Yeah, and speaking of the point system, just want to remind you guys once again how it works. You get 12 points for being the #1 team, 9 points for coming in second, 7 for coming in third, so on and so forth. The amount of points you get for being at a lower placement keeps on dropping, but every kill gives you 1 point. So that's there. You got to get a combination of placement points and kill points in order to maximize the number of points that you can get on an overall setting. Now, in the previous game, we saw that a lot of teams avoided the southern part of the map, except for like maybe C0K, where we were seeing plenty of fights. And I guess that was the only place where we saw a couple of casualties. Other than that, there wasn't much going on. That's when the game crashed. And luckily, not too much had happened before we had this technical snag, so we can get right back into it without disrupting too much.
Yeah, we lost, I think, about 2 squads, if that. We really were in the early stages of the game, thankfully, so we aren't going to be missing out on too much. Of course, I forgot to introduce us. I'm Caster Cobra 3. I'm joined by the wonderful Crips, of course, we'll be taking you through, I believe, this whole tournament, if I'm not mistaken, Crips. I know I'm going to be here for the whole tournament. I'm in for the whole tournament. Hopefully you'll be here for the whole tournament. We'll have to wait and see. But for today, we're guaranteed to meet the two of us, and hopefully Crips will help me, or carry both me and all of you through what is going to be a hell of a Game 4.
Oh, it's going to be a wonderful game for. I can already sense it. Storm Point, the last game, it was such a chaotic battle towards Launchpad. There were so many teams alive in that last circle, to the extent when Team Burger, all they had to do was just throw in one Noxgas grenade and it gave them an instant squad wipe. That's how sweaty that last game was, and that's how crowded it became towards Launchpad in the end. And even though Storm Point is a much bigger map, the number of teams that are alive inside that tiny last circle can surprise the best of the best people.
No, it absolutely can. In just a moment, we will be able to go live. Thankfully, we will be able to just accelerate the schedule ever so slightly so we can get these games in without disrupting too much. Now, going into Game 4, of course, for me, the team to watch out for is the duel between Reignite and Revenant. Is there any other team you want to keep an eye on here, Crips?
The other team that I would want to keep an eye on is NXL. They are pretty damn good in 3v3 squad fighting, but they don't really do all that well when a third party shows up. So let's see if they can isolate these fights and pick up some momentum. Even X10 for that matter, their fighting and rotating game has been average, but the way they are able to avoid danger, as in send the other teams and get them to fight each other instead of, focusing on them, I think I love that part about X10, at least from whatever I saw in the second game from them. Let's see if they can replicate something like this once again here.
It would be nice if they can. I think for Reignite, a single victory here would confirm them through this qualifier, would confirm through the group stage. And that really is going to put a little bit of extra pressure to them. However, of course, with the experience that comes with the likes of Genversen, I imagine they are well and truly set when it comes to keeping calm under pressure here. In terms of early drops, nothing here springs to my attention. It seems to be that the high loot zone has gone entirely to both Crips, another Crips, and Frenzy.
Oh yeah, that's team 1 HP. And yeah, we made plenty of Crips jokes yesterday, me and Ultimate. So yeah, we're done with those jokes today. Yeah, you're a little late to the party, but I'm sure we'll have our jokes. We'll bring up our own original humor, something that doesn't involve me and my doppelganger.
God, making jokes on a desk. That's steady on here, Crips. Let's not get carried away.
Yeah, let's not get carried away. We're supposed to be casters, not comedians, and for good reason too. Because my sense of humor is that of a dork.
Some would argue that we can't even cast. So this is the predicament we find ourselves in. Of course, for the NC, it's going to be a fairly inactive first zone, just trying to loot up as much as they can. And I am really surprised by the lack of, literally from the lack of fighting we have. At the start of the last map, we did see some very early engagements. Looks like going into the rehost, no one wants to risk fights like that.
Oh, but while there are teams spread out evenly across the map, I'm starting to get worried about what's going to happen in zone number 3. At that point, the zone is big enough for you guys to still keep a distance away from each other, but some of those teams who rotate late into the zone, their avenues will be cut off, and at that point, they have no choice but to go in for a very edgy kind of playstyle. I mean, there's two philosophies, right? You either go in for the ring scan, stay inside the center of the ring, and just continue defending your compound in, you know, whether you're having a Caustic or a Watson. Even if you have none of those, just hold the compound and defend it. That's one of the playstyles. Meanwhile, the other playstyle is just stay towards the edge of the circle, continue fighting and crunching onto teams from behind so that at least you don't have to worry about getting backstabbed. Those two philosophies, they are the bread and butter of Apex. And while none of them are wrong and no one strat is better than the other one, it just really, you know, makes you think how much that these teams have prepared for will go to waste if the circle just doesn't go in their favor.
Yeah. Again, it's an early armor retake from Emmanuel, and I quite like it because bear in mind that from how sparsely placed these teams were at the start of the first ring, no one's going to be there to counter this. I say that though, Crips.
And there's already someone who's willing to take a little shot at them. That's what happens, right? I said this thing about the armories in the last game as well. Whenever I try to get inside them, someone or the other comes in to ruin my day. And that's exactly what's about to happen to Team Emmanuel as well, because there's a team directly on top of them too. And they might stop them from leaving.
I like it. They know there's a team as well. That Bloodhound has really helped them here. Knowing there's a team above them now. Who wins this stalemate? Who wins this standoff? Early use of the Bloodhound. Oh, and it's now just going to be coming out the gate swinging from Emmanuel. It's the instant deployment of those Valkyrie rockets just to try and keep this pressure up. And now they're not letting their prey run. Fizz going for a very, very aggressive push here. Just trying to punish these teams. Trying to punish these players for daring to interrupt their armory.
Oh, and they're dishing out quite a lot of punishment as well. Plenty of damage inflicted by Team Emmanuel as they crack the shields of two of their opponents. But it's not going to be enough. There's still quite a lot of distance between them and their enemies. So they need to find a way to close it or get a knock. But at this point, all they're doing is just balling each other's meds down. In fact, their other team, they might not even be interested in staying here anymore. Esports is already making their way up the hill and trying to evacuate from this area. And they've done it right in time. They knew for a fact that there was another team inside of Checkpoint. And while the third party hasn't shown up yet, Esports were anticipating it.
Yeah, and I mean, the longer you fight, the higher the chances of that third party showing up.
Yeah.
And the second that gunfight started getting a bit delayed, it started stagnating a bit, and just got the hell out of there. I really like that call from them. A really disciplined way to take that fight. And bear in mind as well, they didn't lose all too much when it came to utility. Only a few med syringes, only a few single shield cells. Elsewhere, Team Burger, one of our kind of fledgling teams who have had a very good performance thus far, getting hit by a fair bit of utility with this engagement. However, I think that's fine for the time being.
I'm really surprised to see that MT is using Mad Maggie. Who on earth uses Mad Maggie in a competitive scenario? That's really, really a brave pick. Either brave or he's just super, super comfortable with it. I can't imagine someone using Mad Maggie in a competitive scenario like that. But hey, as long as it helps you get the kills you require, then so be it. Team Burger, they fall back into Cascade Falls. And while they're keeping tabs on their opponents, it's not like they want to engage with them right here and now. They recognize that there is a third party showing up, so they fall back momentarily so that they don't get sandwiched in between the two of them.
That's not trying to do a little bit of damage wherever possible, and it's harassing a little bit. And oh, actually, Jaro doing a fair bit of damage. That may be the summon that Burger needs to commit to this fight, followed up by the damage from the Spitfire. This is a huge output that they're giving.
Yeah, but they still haven't been able to find a knock. They're going around the other side of the river. They're swinging towards the right-hand side. Revenant Esports, they have also shown up to this area. And while there is a possibility that Team Bergen and Revenant Esports will not end in a pretty way, this third team definitely will find themselves stuck over here between a rock and a hard place. Very little chances of them to escape. Team Burger, at least they're being disciplined right now. They have at least one of the players towards the left-hand side of the riverbank so that in case something goes wrong, that player can still get away. But Revenant Esports, they have relinquished the riverbank area. They're just focusing on the compound now.
They really are. As we see more damage being output here. Revenant just... they're actually fairly close to getting red shields this early on. Just from the pure amount of damage they've been giving to anyone who dare peek them. Charge rifle, going to be given another chance there. Question is, on to whom?
There's a clueless bogey out there.
I mean, there's plenty of options in front of him. Let's see if we can actually connect those. The only good thing that has come out of this fight is that the third team, they managed to escape. Neither Revenant nor Team Burger could do much, and now they're fighting each other. So I guess that escape was successful. Although they did lose one player in the process, so... not too sure about it.
Seeing a bit of a stagnation. Everyone's fighting each other, but no one's pushing one another. It's all going to come down to utility. This is turning into a real big war of attrition here, Crips, and it's well, it's looking like we're in a stalemate.
This is not the kind of stalemate you would want to be in, especially not towards Cascade Falls. The longer these fights drag on, the more teams start to show up, and now both these teams have to leave this area and move in towards the other side of the map as well. At least Revenant Esports are in a position from where they can easily leave without having anyone gatekeep them or something like that. But Team 1HP is showing up from their left-hand side. You also have Goldie and Boys showing up on the right-hand side. Revenant Esports, I just hope they don't bite off a bit more than they can chew.
For the push, let's see what they can do. Elsewhere, Team Goated going to be having a very, very close battle here. The Gibby shield's already being thrust down. The MP lands beautifully. That Gibby losing his shields down instantly. Now Revenant already a player down. They need to recover it somehow. They can do just that. The Gibby will be summoned, rebrought back. However, it's Goated now for the follow-up, trying to do the damage that they can. We're seeing a huge wipe here, and being able to shut down that team, bear in mind, in a building with your caustic gases already in place, it's going to really, really help, not both your momentum, but it's going to really help you re-establish yourselves, re-heal, and get ready for your next fight without being harassed too much either.
Yeah, and it's important that they're able to do it quickly enough. Luckily, this fight was happening towards the northern side of the map, so it's not like they have to worry about third parties all that much. The max that can happen is one team taking pot shots at them from far away, so that isn't all that consequential. But all those fights that were happening towards Cascade Falls, yeah, those are the real dangerous ones.
They really are. We're seeing another rotation now. And I really like ATH's usage of the EMP, sort of the recon that comes with it, really. Yes, it can be situational, but the amount of information they're getting with this drone, it's just perfect.
Team Goated, Team DNZ, both of these teams fighting each other towards the northeast part of the map. And these are kind of isolated fights. There's only these two participants. There's no third party even close. Meanwhile, we have London King and the boys approaching from the south. Again, a very safe compound that they have for themselves. Meanwhile, Beamlord, Bugatti, Slick Cyan, and I believe that this could be Team POWERPOP girls. They have just passed Stormcatcher, and instead of standing over there, they're going to go around the other side straight into Skull Hunter's team. Now, that could be a dangerous decision.
A lot of harassment coming out from Ghosted here, but they are caught out in the open. They need to be very careful with this rotation. The fact the jump point is the only bit of cover they have here, especially when pushed up against the zone, is going to make... They're in such a difficult position here. The utility's starting to come down, and all of them just have to hightail it out of there and just hope they don't get harassed too much on their way across.
Oh, I don't even know why they feel the need to go across this gap. Just hold that compound for now, and it's a pretty good one. Yeah, of course, when the circle does move and it forces you to just relinquish that area, then maybe you can look into it. But for now, you can continue chilling there for the next 2 minutes.
Zapsy continuing to do the damage he can. Still not quite able to harass or harangue his opposition. Continuing to just hope for maybe a stray player to down here. For X10 Crit, having a fairly quiet start to the game. I think they've only had one squad that they've actually engaged with. They've been relatively quiet past that. Elsewhere, the Loba for Team SNG really helping with both ammo, but more importantly, helping with being able to retrieve these hop-ups to actually get ready to fight. They still have to move into this ring here. They know they're about to engage with someone. The question is just who.
Oh, plenty of teams just trying to gather information in each other. We have X10 Crit sitting inside Thunderwatch, and while those guys are able to hear all the pot shots that are being exchanged between the members of... wait, no, when did ATH show up over here? They're just using the crypto drone to gather information onto the members of X10. Meanwhile, that crypto is still hiding all the way towards the compound where DNZ is. They are the ones who are closer to that crypto. Meanwhile, DEADBEATZ, now they find themselves in a very awkward spot. Not only do they have to get out of this house and get inside the zone, they're going to have to fight a team on the way, and they don't have the shields to do so.
But they really don't. This is going to be such a difficult fight for them. What about Skull Hunter as well? Already kind of only on white shields this far into the game. It is not a pretty position to be in. And as we see, the teams start to swarm them already on the roof. They're everywhere. There is no escape for DEADBEATZ here. The only way they're leaving this map is unfortunately in a wooden casket.
Oh. Weird Rolo trying to go for the flank on the other side. It's Team POWERPOP Girls who has managed to find them and corner them inside over here as well. Slicksayan gets the knock into danger, confirms as well. He also goes ahead, pushes the front line all the way towards the inside of the house. And he's using his enemy's Watson to actually heal his own shield up. That is so incredible. Beamlord Bugatti now trying to finish off what his teammate started. They found the second knock, just need to find the third person, and that happens to be the Loba. Although somehow Beamlord Bugatti manages to survive this fight. He's trying to burst off this Watson so he can go for a shield swap, but he realizes, yeah, the Watson has nothing but a white shield, so there's really no point. Oh, it's blue now. No problem though. The problem could be Revenant Esports showing up, but luckily they're too busy fighting 1 HP, so POWERPOP Girls are safe for now. But there is another team who's knocking on the doors. We need to find out which that team is, and that team is 1 HP. While 1 HP is busy trying to fight the members of POWERPOP Girls, there is a small chance that Revenant Esports might come in and ruin their day. So I hope they don't end up focusing on the wrong team over here.
Elsewhere, Revenant, the aforementioned team, picking up a few kills before turning their attention back to these players who are stuck in this building. Remember, that zone is going to make their life very difficult. And for Revenant, do they even risk taking a fight here? Do they instead just back off and kill their opponents as they leave to get into the new zone? That's exactly what they do. I love this rotation from Revenant here. Such a smart play, and it's working beautifully for them. High ground as well. Instant fight comes out. Out wherever possible, and it's just an absolute slaughter. Revenant, they are really popping off now, and as they continue to maraud their way around this map, what can be done? What can be done to stop them? All of them on red shields, all of them with everything they could ever hope for. Enough utility to last these walls of attrition. And now for SNG, you have to push straight into them? I mean, yeah. that's an envious position to be in, that's for sure.
Oh, definitely. Not just that. They also have to now worry about moving forward. They've got Revenant Esports, who's already reached the desired location, but SNG, they're going to have to move closer towards Revenant. And they're not the only ones who are moving in that direction. Almost everybody else who's towards the left of them, be it X10, be it Reignite, they also have to take the same path inside. At least X10 have a tiny bit of Thunderwatch that's still remaining inside the zone that they can hide inside. They might get trapped over there for good, but hey, that's a problem that they'll deal with in the next ring. For now, this little cave system can be used, but those caves are also being blocked by the Watson fences, which don't really belong to Revenant Esports, but they're just comfortable dancing around them. Revenant? Now, this is a little questionable maneuver from them. they do have the zone advantage, but what they do not have is hard cover. They've got a Gibby and everything, so no need to worry all that much. But let's be honest, these rock facades won't be as good as a nice hard compound.
Yeah. Yeah, they really are. And I think one of the main reasons for Revenant to stay here is they get the luxury of having all these boxes to shield swap whenever needed.
Yeah.
And I think there's actually a world here where they pick up that purple shield and just see if they can almost scavenge it into a red, just so they have that extra swap available.
Extra shield swaps. They have some other teams' Watson fences just lying over there that they're now using as their own. The only thing missing is a Watson interception pylon. Then that would give them free shield region as well. So then they'll have absolutely everything. X10 though, they realize that while they're not in the best position themselves, there are teams who are in far worse positions than them. So they might as well just try to ruin their day and gather a couple of points while they can. Oh, this is a good trick. Try to get an Oxstar to stick inside, and they shoot down a Valkyrie that's about to fly off. Even though that Valkyrie was inside a Gibby dome? Bro, that is just illegal. You can't do stuff like that. The whole point of a Gibby bubble is to stop the Valkyrie from being shot down while she's trying to skyward dive out of here.
Revenant are in a position now where they could be winning this game. Even if they don't win the game, they have done so much damn damage. This is now a... What I want to see is where Reignite. We haven't seen them this map. Have they been eliminated early?
Nah, it's just, you know, remaining for this team. And he's just trying to rat his way towards the top 5 spots because that's where the juicy amount of points really lie. And since he's a solo, he can go around hiding. And let's be honest, there's not too many spots left to hide.
Yeah, that's very true. Flank coming now for X10 Crit. They spot out a few players. They realize the attack's coming. Question is, where are the teammates? Where are the follow-up? Where is the utility to worry about? With only 5 squads left now, the placements, the points you get for each placement suddenly becomes very damn juicy. Revenant, knowing this, are trying to harass Sarang and defeat anyone who dare peek them or even peek near them.
Revenant Esports starting to move closer and closer towards the center of the circle. And right now, they've got the only rock facade that offers them anything at all. The earlier rock facade has to be abandoned, but they've only sent 2 players forward. The other 2 are still back. Revenant Esports now taking pot shots at everyone else. You can see how far spread out they are. You have Mexius all the way ahead. You have Ahim holding all the way back here near the Watson fences. And then you have Belkun, who's somewhere in between the both of them. This little spread out from Revenant Esports is going to keep them so relevant and give them a lot of land to work with. Meanwhile, there is Drawer and the boys next to them, but X10 are busy dealing with them for now. So I think Revenant Esports are sorted temporarily.
Even more damage done there. As Revenant, they take a lot. They are really suffering now, having to fight for this, having to fight for survival here. As they're able to get the close angle. Peacekeeper at point blank. My god, it has some damage to it. But is it enough? No, it's not. The push from the Gibby is instantly punished. The follow-up. Rocket Strike is going to down 2 players. However, will they be able to keep this Gibby alive? Shaddy rotating his Sparky Gap Team SMG, taking a lot of damage, goes to the high ground. Rain's death from above 0, spotted out. The lone member of Reignite, unfortunately, will survive. Down to 4 squads left now as they try and harass this final player. Revenant holding on by the skin of their team. Even if going to reload it, breaking another shield. Well, how has he survived that?
Oh, Revenant Esports, I really don't know how they pull it off again and again and again, but now the final team has showed up. X10 is here to dish out some punishment, and they won't let Revenant Esports reset. They do manage to get Lahim back upon his feet, but he doesn't have enough time to heal himself. The Gibby Bubble protecting them for now, but X10 know that they've got Revenant cornered. They have no choice but to move outside and continue fighting an uphill battle. Here comes the spray. X10 really going in full send on this one. Kazik trying to close in the distance. Meanwhile, his teammates provide cover from above. And here comes the champion, Team X10. They win this game by defeating Revenant Esports.
They do it in a bit of style there, don't they? They even give Revenant a few moments of time to reset, but I don't think they did enough damage to overtake Revenant there. I think Revenant are head and shoulders first place after that incredible combative game from them there.
Yeah, combative while they were being compact. At the same time, they're using somebody else's Watson fences to their own advantage. Now, that's
Yeah.
just ridiculous. You do that, and you're able to stay in the center of such a massive open circle with all the
Yeah.
teams around you, and you still keep yourselves alive without using your Gibby bubble too often. That is a feat in itself. While X10 were towards the edge of the circle, and sure, they didn't have to worry about their backs, Revenant Esports was smack in the center. They were able to shoot in every single direction and keep themselves safe at the same time, which isn't an easy task.
They do it with just ruthless ferocity as well. Like Revenant, it was just a matter of fight a team, kill the team, move to the next team. And the fact that they were able to, I think all of them had a good kind of 1,500, 2k damage each that game. That should really speak quantities as to just how effective they were. And I think Revenant sort of embodied the fact that placement, while it's good, if you get a lot of kills, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. If you have all the kills, then you can probably get more placement points. I'm sorry, you can get more points than you would if you win a game with placements.
Hmm.
Well, let's jump into the highlights and see what's going to happen. There's
What's
plenty
interesting
of.
for me
Go ahead. Go ahead.
is how now Reignite are going to rate up against Revenant, because Reignite had a really poor game there, and for Revenant with such an insane performance, I think it may come down to game 5 to decide who leaves this in first place.
Yeah, that's true. Revenant Esports did so much better than Reignite in this game. I mean, sure, Reignite have the placement points required, but they couldn't fight, especially not with Zero being the last member of that team. So Revenant and Reignite, like I said, it's turning into a two-horse race, and both of them are just trying to one-up each other. But I feel kind of bad for Pop-Up Girls, you know? They were the ones who took those unorthodox compounds and started a good fight, but they got pushed by 1 HP. And I believe that was a dumb move by 1 HP, because 1 HP is already getting thirsted by Revenant Esports. They run away from Revenant, run into Pop-Up Girls, and end up fighting them, even though they had absolutely no intention to do so.
Yep. I love Revenant able to snipe a Valkyrie out in mid-air while there's a Gibby shield protecting it. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, but after all is said and done, Revenant Esports, I don't even blame them for not winning this match, because they were just fighting all throughout. And when you're fighting this actively, you're not even expected to make it into the final ring, let alone into the top 2. And the fact that you're up against X10, a team who never had to worry about getting shot from behind because they were inside Thunderwatch and they had actual walls and windows to protect themselves rather than a bunch of rocks. X10 clearly were the privileged ones over here. And when they come out into the open without having low armor, without worrying about ammo or whatever, and they're fighting Revenant Esports, who already are a man down. They have to res him, get him back up on full HP and whatnot. Of course, X10's going to win that one.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just so we'll be able to look at the standings as well, just to see. I believe Revenant won. I just want to know by how much at this point. I think that must have been a good kind of 25+ point game from them there. So it's really going to be interesting to see how that'll also then weigh up in our overall standings, which we'll be able to show after game 5 today.
Yeah, after game 5, we're going to find out who is the top overall team, whether it's Revenant or whether it's Reignite. But both these teams, their names start with an R, but unfortunately, the only thing on their mind starts with a V, and that is violence.
Or victory. Or victory.
Both.
Yeah,
Both.
The other team I want to talk about is Team Burger. I mean, they came out of nowhere essentially. They have had a really good day so far. We're four maps in, and they've done particularly well on kind of 2 of them. I think map 1 and map 3 were a little bit shaky, but the fact that they were able to deliver on 2 of the 4 means that they are in a pretty good position points wise.
And they were able to deliver mostly during the Stomp Point games. So that's a good thing, but does that mean that their World's Edge game needs a little bit of tweaking? Is that a negative thing?
Potentially. We'll have to wait and see. In just a moment, we'll be able to bring up these standings. Crips, do you think that Reignite is still going to be on top, or do you think that Revenant have done just enough to inch ahead? This is an overall standing on this game.
Overall standing, I think Reignite are still on top. Reignite did have like this one game where they finished, I believe, 3rd or 4th. Meanwhile, I'm sorry, Revenant finished 3rd or 4th, but Reignite have always been like top 2 or something like that, except for this one. So yeah, they're still pretty close to each other. But then Revenant Esports popped the hell off in this game. They didn't have as many kills. in the previous games as they did in this one. Meanwhile, Reignite, it was just the complete opposite, right? It always works in a way where either Reignite play well or Revenant play well. Both of them can't happen at the same time. If Reignite is playing in an aggressive fashion, then Revenant Esports take a chill pill and they play for the placements. They don't actively go out hunting, and vice versa. But when
Yep.
both of them indeed become super active, I want to see what happens to the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I want to see if we see some hunters. For instance, teams like NXL, who already are in a pretty comfortable position when it comes to points. They've been killing quite a bit. Their placements haven't been great, but they've shown that they have some pretty good skill when it comes to firepower. I would love to see a team like NXL. They just go and hunt down Reignite, to hunt down Revenant, and try and make it a little bit more spicy in contention.
Yeah, I mean, you know me, since I'm an Indian, I have plenty of spice tolerance, and I would love to see some spicy fights as well. I would love to see some of those interesting masaledar storylines coming into the picture. But right now, unfortunately, the only storylines that are on my mind right now are Revenant and Reignite. Other than
Yeah.
that, nobody else really seems to have a say in this game. Sure, the teams who are inside the top five also are performing really well, like let's say X10 for that matter, and every now and then we get to see something from 1HP as well. But for the most part, those teams are going to be busy competing with each other, and
Yeah.
that's a much bigger competition pool, right? I mean, anywhere between the third to the seventh or eighth place, the placements are going to be pretty close to each other. Meanwhile, the top two teams ahead, they're just going to be racing. They're going to be in a league of their own.
Yeah, they really are. For me, Crips, the one thing I want to watch out for now is going to be the kind of legend compositions, right? We've seen
Yeah.
Ramparts, we've seen Mad Maggies. Anything goes at this point, right? At what point are we going to see the Octane Wraith combo? It's only a matter of time, surely.
I mean, the Octane makes so much more sense than a Rampart
Yeah,
or a Mad Mackie for that
yeah,
matter.
absolutely.
At least the
Or
jump
even
pad
a
helps you get
Newcastle.
around, right? Yeah, even the
Yeah,
Newcastle to some extent makes sense because
yeah,
he's just basically a Gibby who has jetpacks with his ultimate. That's
yeah.
basically it. But then again, Rampart, I was like, bro, why? Not is
Mm,
it not only is it how do I say this, a non-meta character, but even people in pubs
mm,
never pick up Rampart. It's literally one of the lowest
yeah,
picked characters after Crypto. And Jen
yeah.
Burton manages to win a bloody game with it. That's just rubbing salt into the wounds of his enemies.
Just making it even harder than it used to be, right? And
Yeah.
what I'm really interested in is X10, who for me they have we spoke about X10 quite a bit when we've actually been casting them, but in terms of looking at the in the main standings, they've never been apart from now in that top three. They've always been sort of hovering around fourth or fifth with a fair few kills. Now we look at the points. Of course, X10 in second place, having won that game, but Revenant, no surprises as they top the scoreboards after killing 15 people.
My goodness. That's 5 squad wipes. I mean, we saw 3 of those squad wipes on screen towards the end of the game, but
Mm.
I don't recall them fighting early game. I mean, if
No,
they
I'm
did so, then
surprised.
it yeah, I mean, if they did so, then it must have been like one of those super quick fights which ended before we can even switch to it, before we can even
Mm,
show it. I mean, that's the only
mm.
explanation because I didn't see them kill 5 squads towards the end of it there.
I want to highlight how A&T have got so many kills as well. We saw them kind of get trapped quite a bit and have to rotate quite a bit, but it appears they were just picking up players on the way. A really, really strong game from them, actually, despite what we were able to see. The other team I want to highlight now is going to be Reignite, who were left down with one player within the first kind of 2 rings. I think it was Zero, who single-handedly just survived, who ratted his way towards that kind of top 5 finish and was able to bring Reignite such a dominant performance, which actually is maybe the difference maker between Reignite and Revenant in our overall standings.
Yeah, I mean, I've not seen Revenant members rat around towards the end of the game. If they die, then all of them die. If they stay alive, then all of them make
Yeah.
it to the top 3. We haven't really seen them get into situations where they have to send one player forward to carry the torch. Reignite, though, they've done it twice. Once in the first game, which isn't really their fault because they were lacking a member, which again wasn't really their fault. It was a server issue. And now they've done it in 2 out of the 4 games. So yeah, maybe even though I said that Reignite might have more points on the overall standings, Revenant Esports can be more proud of themselves. They can hold their head up high for, you know, being the non-rats.
The non-rats.
I mean,
It's,
no, I'm not trying to throw any shade over here, but it's just that
it's
Revenant
a
Esports
great,
are a
it's a
do-or-die
great though.
team.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to allude back to X10 again, which is they've been top 5 for so long. I'm glad that in map 4 they're able to get a victory. I think that X10 for me, we spoke about the duel between Reignite and Revenant. I think X10 is probably going to be fighting for third place quite heavily. Furthermore, I think they may actually be in a position where they may be able to snipe second place if they have a very good game 5.
Game 5. That's going to be a difficult one. We've seen 2 games of World's Edge so far, and I think those 2 games should be enough for players to figure out what the drop locations are, what the rotation parts of some of their opponents are, and if they don't figure that out over the course of the last 2 games, then they can definitely figure it out before they load up in the games tomorrow. And World's Edge is played much more frequently than the Storm Point games, so yeah,
Yeah.
maybe gather that information, try to secure the pathing. And World's Edge and Storm Point play out also very differently, right?
Mhm.
People start holding compounds in World Edge way too early. They start holding them
Yeah,
from the
they
third
really do.
circle itself. Meanwhile, in Storm Point, they wait until the fourth or the fifth circle to really decide which place they want to go and hold at.
Yeah, well, when you end up going into these kind of compounds so early on, what it means is that you also limit your ability to actually gather utility. So
Hmm.
when it comes to a point where you end up having to defend this compound, it ends up becoming your sarcophagus almost, because you have all these teams that can just dance around you and keep taking these fights and skirmishes without losing players because they can afford it, because they've done the runs, they've been able to get that utility. And that is a real difference maker that we see quite a lot. We saw, I believe it was Team SNG, who was still on kind of blue shields in the kind of the third or fourth ring, but because they had been so fortified, no one could really kill them. But the second SNG had to move, they just got wiped.
Yeah, when they leave that compound, when they have to cross from one place to another, at that point, those blue shields are going to melt like butter. And trust me, that's not the kind of butter you want to have. You don't put that stuff on your bread.
Mm.
Speaking of bread, Revenant Esports, they're not just getting that bread, they're also getting all the meat along with it because they are so much more aggressive than Reignite. And it's surprising, right? For a team who's supposed to be that aggressive, they're not getting punished nearly enough for
Yeah.
it.
You're absolutely right. And in terms of punishing, the other thing I want to bring up is now going to be how we see Reignite come back into this. Because last game, they were focused, they lost 2 players. We saw that for Reignite, when you lose 1 or 2 players, I mean, yes, in the heat of the moment, they got 1v3. I mean, as Zero showed us. But we found that teams like Reignite, like X10 as well, and kind of map 1 and map 2, when you lose your first player, when you end up taking every fight 2 versus 3, your damage ends up becoming significantly muted almost.
And those damage stats, that's what count towards getting you your red shields very early on, right?
Yeah.
We saw almost everybody on the teams who were aggressively playing had either red shields, if not, then at least purple. But then there were still some teams who had blue-white shields towards the later stages of the game, and that's just not
Mhm.
acceptable. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's the consequence of deciding to play a passive game. But then again,
Yeah.
X10 played a passive game and they were able to. I mean, they weren't passive exactly. They were just not as active as Revenant. They seem like
Mhm.
dwarfs in their comparison. But yeah, they had controlled aggression. They were pretty smart about it. And X10 has been the kind of team who, you know, always finds themselves in good positions, but they're not able to capitalize
Mhm.
on it. It seems like they're just
Yeah.
almost on the verge of greatness, but they were never able to achieve it up until now. So now that they have a win in the
Mhm.
bag, hopefully they should be feeling better about themselves.
Yeah. Do you think that there's a world here where Revenant, Reignite, X10, and Ants all drop in like the same area? They'll just cancel each other out, and until we haven't seen yet, it comes and wins.
I mean, I don't think they're ever gonna drop towards the same locations, but if they do, then all
I
the
could
other
dream,
teams
right? I could dream.
yeah, you can dream. And that would be a dream come true scenario for every other team in the
Mm.
lobby. The top teams
Mm.
take each other out.
Yeah.
One of those teams survives, and everyone else is gonna be thanking them for doing all the dirty work for the other teams.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think for me as well, if I am one of the teams that are low down in the rankings, you need to change something, right? Either you hope that one of the top teams get eliminated, or you take matters into your own hands. And I want to see teams now start trying to target Reignite, to start trying to target Revenant. I think Revenant. I think they attempted to target Revenant last game, right? It's just Revenant sort of thwarted anyone who came near them.
I mean, what were they even thinking? Early game fights, of course, they're always chaotic because you don't always have the gun of your choice. You don't always have the right resources.
Mhm.
Sometimes teams split up so much to gather these resources. The members are always at a risk of getting picked off individually.
Mhm.
Like, especially X10, right? You saw
Yep.
how they started this game. One of their players is just a little below mill. The other guy is just
Yep.
a little about C Not Cave. And then the third
Mhm.
guy is somewhere in the middle of nowhere. They have
Yep.
split up way too much. And we saw something similar from other teams who are towards the northern part of the map as well. But
Yep.
then again, if you drop in crowded locations, you can't afford to do that. X10 did that, but
Absolutely.
you can't replicate it.
I don't think X10 are even going to be able to mimic it. To be honest, I think that's something they were able to use once and then never again. Because now every team
Agree.
knows that they can be isolated. It means that they're going to end up in some serious trouble. However, Crips, it's time for our fifth and final map of the day. Who is going to emerge victorious? Who is going to be able to have the final say in day one? We'll have to wait and see, because this one for sure is going to be a bloodbath.
Oh, it is indeed gonna be a bloodbath as the teams who are looking to just drop crimson beads of blood onto the ground and stain this yellow I'm sorry, not yellow, the white tundra of the snow. I just hope that they're able to find the satisfaction they need. X10 get into trials, but then again, they split. Like Ice pointed out, they will never drop in the same location. Two of the teammates inside of Trials, the other guy inside of Skyhook, and surprisingly, there's no one else in Skyhook this time. Last time the city was crowded.
Yeah, it's a big gamble from X10, but it's actually worked beautifully. They're going to have so much equipment to work with here. For Team SNG, again, it's a little bit closer to normality, all stacking up together, all taking these fights together. And early on, we're actually seeing a fair few fights. Elsewhere, Colty taken down at point blank with that drop engagement.
Oh no, not like this. Jack Cute. Oh, that's not cute behavior. Destroys his opponent inside of Fragment West. ATH, they draw first blood, and that is amazing. Let's see if they can find the rest of the members as well.
Bear in mind, ATH was one of the teams that have had a surprisingly good day, actually. And they're in an area now which is just uncontested. They're going to be able to really, really stack up. And they're going to be the likes of X10, who have been able to get a POI for free, essentially, and are now reaping the rewards. I mean, look at Jack already with a golden shield.
Oh yeah, the gold shields, the purple, and all this stuff. If you have a POI entirely for yourself, you're gonna find all of that. And that's why I'm happy for X10, right? Trials is one of those places where you can get the goated loot, you can get the best of shields, you can sometimes even get fully kitted weapons, but you will almost never find ammo in Trials. That's why you need to go to Skyhook as well to gather the rest of the resources, because what good is that shiny golden flatline if you don't have ammo in it?
Got golden R301 here as well. And this is all in the first ring. Such a strong start from a lot of these teams now. And that just means that our kind of mid-game skirmishes are going to be even quicker, even more intense.
Yeah, that's one of the best parts about going to Big Mod. You get enough replicator material and you can buy one of those shiny weapons that's kept over there. And this guy, he just found himself a vault key. So DNZ also have some good loot at their hands.
My god, this is... If DNZ also gets to the vault after all of this, I'm going to be so impressed.
They do. They have a vault key. And the vault is just in the cave next to their city. They're inside Lava City, right? So they don't even have to walk all that much. It's right around the corner.
Oh, I think NXL just spotted a player move straight past him there for a moment. Fancy seeing you here. Whoa, what's all this commotion then? So NXL instead don't take the fight. Instead, they're being a little bit more reserved about it. They all stack up, and I think they may be looking to disengage here. Bear in mind that they've looted the area relatively convincingly anyway.
All right. This could be interesting. ATH going up against another team right here. They just need to be careful about all these caustic traps that are available in this building. They've got traps of their own. Of course, the Watson traps are significantly different from the caustic traps, but hey, they essentially boil this fight down to a stalemate. That's the whole objective of these traps. Now, luckily they have
to fight each other.
I don't think any team wants to fight each other this early on. Meanwhile, another team has started to fight. It's X10 going up against Team Coded, and it seems like they might just lose this one. Imagine being able to win the second game, but then Team Coded is the one who shuts you down, and it's just Nutu who is being chased down to the ends of the earth. He's got very little HP to work with anyway, and Shiva will put him out of his misery.
X10 going out really early as well. We said that they were in contention to potentially sniping third place. That may no longer be an option for them here. Elsewhere, the fight happens inside the building. Point blank, that Peacekeeper's nasty, but it doesn't matter for NXL. Already losing a player. Now it's down to their attackers, their aggressors, to try and press the attack, to try and use this advantage to their own will. Unfortunately, it's going to be Big Z dropping down, trying to assist in this endeavor. Does a bit of early damage. Point blank cracks the opponent. However, will they be able to get their teammate back up? They're still trapped. This Watson utility won't allow them to commit to the fight. Instead, Big Z goes from the outside, looks to flank around, tries to spot out one of the players on one of the few angles that are left. However, there's still no one who dare peek him, who dare go near him, as Big Z loses another teammate. This Peacekeeper now has to go absolutely huge. Shots from behind, gonna harass, attempts to get a teammate up, can't quite do so. Push comes through, shotgun point blank, not enough. Down to 14 squads as we lose another big name team.
Oh, and these guys better get their teammates up in time. They have been able to finish off the clutch, but there's two teams who are looking to third party on this one. And Esports realize that they're not the only team who wants to get a piece of the pie. They're not the only one who wants to get their toes dirty. So they're just going to back off. They know for a fact that another team is rolling down from Epicenter. So instead of third partying, they'll just wait and maybe fourth party.
Absolutely did. Now Reignite. Our Titans of the tournament, Zero. My God, he's good at this game. Zero, behave yourself. Absolutely bodies one of the poor sods who dare fight him. And instead, Reignite, they try to press the attack. They know there's only one player left, and Zero is hungry. His Peacekeeper smells blood in the water, and there is no running for Jaro.
Oh, these guys, they are hungry for blood. They are hungry for Team Burger. That's what happens when you have such an appetizing name. But Zero is chasing Jaro all by himself. His teammates, they're going around the other side of Harvester. All right, then.
Oh, I like
this should be a good crunch.
Jaro, he thinks he's safe. Goes to this heal. The utility now starts to come out. Zero is so fast behind him. Jaro's almost... Oh, that Loba teleport is going to help for the time being. But his teammates are already there. Now the engagement comes in. Jaro tries to run. He tries to hide. He's trapped in a corner. This could be the end of Team Burger.
And this definitely seems like it is going to be. Imperial Halal is going ahead with the bad manner plays. Punches Jaro to that. Oh my God, you don't have to do him that dirty.
Absolutely wiped, and now for Reignite. It's a chance to rest, recuperate, and rest on your laurels a little bit here, because that was a instant wipe. Now we look over to Ants, one of our other top 4 places in Game 4, and in this whole skirmish for this city, they seem to be on top. There are opponents to worry about, however, they fight on their own terms, and that is a luxury a lot of teams here cannot afford. With ANC point blank, Wingman hoping to do a bit of early damage, not daring peek the Watson barriers. Instead, Bolin continues to try and buy some space. Third party comes in. Now Holiday already in position, already able to at least secure the lower floors for ANC. But what good will it do?
Just going around the lower floors of 2 of these buildings, circling in and out of these doors. They really want to take the high ground on that zipline building, but they just don't have the means to do so. But then they see this crypto EMP coming and they're like, hold on, this could be a chance. Somebody else might just open the door for us, and then all we have to do is walk right in and seal the...
More utility being thrown here. Now Holiday's going for the high ground. Taps the shield cell in the process, realizes exactly where his opponents could be, but they're able to dodge it. What a dodge from whoever it was ANC was trying to kill there. And now for ANC, this luxury of being on the roof has actually become their jail. There are teams around them. They're going to get peppered from all angles if they're not careful. Holiday still having to dodge a bit, and there are still players on the low ground. They still haven't found a way to clear this building.
Yeah, I just hope they're able to find it pretty soon, because over here, Holiday has all 3 of these players right in front of him. He used the gravity well as a tool to make sure they can't push him. But then again, they don't want to push him. They put up the fences and they're shielding up right in front of their faces as they see each other through the windows. Through the walls. Holiday tries to find another point of entry inside over here, but even though they don't get the point of entry, they will at least finish off what they started. They will thirst the guys who were knocked out. They can find the remaining people later on, and it's just down to 1 player. He almost got the knock onto Holiday, but Holiday's like, nah, I'm gonna back out. One of you guys take over. Ooh. No, he gets chased. Wait, did he get chased, or did he walk into one of those Watson fences? I don't know how Holiday. Okay, well, that definitely changes things. ATH, they've been given enough time to continue healing up.
Now they just cascade onto their opponents. They break the shield, however, they now need to pursue this Wraith teleport, and they do just that now. The Watson leading the charge, point blank, spots out the Wraith, does the damage they can. Still not quite able to get past this doorway. There's the damage, there's the crunch, back through the teleport, and suddenly it's a disengage.
Oh, they are done with this teleporter nonsense. GoCap is like, screw it. I'm not letting this teleporter do any more action, and the moment he walks into it, the fences, they burn Holiday alive. He's got 1 shot worth of HP left, but he's gonna thirst Jack Cute before he does anything else.
ANT, they have had this fight for so long. They're finally able to secure the building, and for GoGaps, it's now a chance to just get away, hightail it out of there, and hope that you can at least buy yourself some time when it comes to the zone. Are we going to attempt to see a beacon resummon here?
Could be. I mean, it's the second ring. It doesn't hurt all that much, but once it turns into the third ring, yeah, once it turns into the third ring, it's gonna start hurting quite a lot. Maybe he just doesn't want to go into the ring just yet because he knows he'll get chased, you know? The team that he was fighting with will also take a similar path, so yeah, sure, he'll go around the other side, steal a bunch of synergies from the ground, and hopefully recover banners later on. And all he really needs to do is just get that crypto back online.
Yeah.
Cryptos are just so much better at reviving their teammates. Instant press the button and you've got the res back on. You don't even need to go to the respawn beacons yourself. Just send the drone ahead. It's just convenient.
Let's scope this quadrant out here.
That's very true. And if we do actually see this crypto get brought back, we could be seeing a huge comeback from this team. But they need to. Everything needs to go their way. Essentially, they see the rotation of these players trying to get back into the zone here, and for SG in such a strong position, yes, they may be down a player, but their position may make up for that.
SG? They're playing it in a really calm and composed fashion now.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got plenty of weapons and meds just lying there on the ground. They knew for a fact that in case something happens, they can continue staying. But Emmanuel has different ideas. The black hole is perfect, and so is the utility damage. Everyone's getting blown apart with the arc stars and the grenades. An instant 2 knocks for this man. The last person dies before his feet even touch the ground, and Team Emmanuel, within just a matter of 10 seconds, wipe out their nemesis.
That was lethal. They just came out of nowhere and just destroyed their opponents now. And even off the scan from Fwiz as well. That's going to confirm that they're safe to loot. They're safe to re-establish themselves. For Emmanuel, that is a seriously strong gunfight to take. And now, as we have only 8 squads left, all of a sudden, we've got a game on our hands here. Something else to highlight is that, of course, our boys over with Gunharden, Zero, and Sharky still surviving. Quiet game, but still surviving.
Sharky, Danger Zeta, they use the Ashel to get ahead, but they're gonna run into another team, Team Goated over there, and sure, Team Goated can hear them coming closer, but is that gonna be enough? Will they actually be able to get the shots onto Thunder and all those boys? The elevation just seems to be a little weird, and they're gonna go ahead for the chase. Almost got the knock. Finishes off Skull Hunter just in the nick of time before he goes around the corner. Even Danger Zera has been taken out. One more player stands in their way.
Well, So Sapsi gets a huge bit of info there, but he too has been spotted. Micro Jones going to force him out of position, and now he gets pursued. Vicious, where's the rest of the team? Can they assist? Shiva falls so low on HP there. Shiva might actually be in danger of being downed here, just about clinging to dear sweet life. However, the group, it jumps back onto End of Days. The Gibby gets the hell out of there. He rotates back to that same position that they're able to trap their previous team now. And Sapsi now has to rain death from above. He is the difference maker. Deploys that toxic gas, and I mean, yeah, it helps, but it won't stop them from camping this team here. Team Goated, they've got to be so careful.
I hate this zone. It's such a chaotic zone, honestly, because there's all sorts of elevation in Lava Fissure, and some of these areas are not even accessible directly. Some of these areas have lava underneath them, so you gotta really know the lay of the land over here if you want to make accurate and safe rotations. Team Goated over here, for now, they're just gonna stay safe inside the compound, and there is a backup plan for them available towards the lava region as well. Reignite, though, they are on the verge of getting eliminated right here and now. Jen Burden, being the last man standing for his team, just about manages to pop off a shield battery before he's about to, before he gets pushed. But Team Goated, because they find him, the chances of Team Reignite getting on top are gonna be next to none. Revenant will be definitely happy about this one. The fact that their nemesis is out of the picture is something that Revenant can capitalize on, but they also are down to their last man. It's just Mixius who's trying to do all the heavy lifting for the team, and he will be able to finish off the clutch, but he's lost his Gibby in the process.
Losing the Gibby is going to be real tough as well. Bearing in mind that you desperately need to be able to wield this this shield when you are at when you are in those final couple of zones. Emmanuel, a team that had such great effectiveness and utility beforehand, is taking another fight, looking to invade this building from the other side. The Mastiff at point blank still can't quite get used to the Black Hole comes out, pulls everyone from the shield, and now it's time for the Sarcophony of Bullets, the Symphony of Death with the sanguine-ridden landscape as their flow tries to follow it up, still not quite able to get another kill. Instead, there's so much damage from the Caustic, they may have to just wait out the utility here. Sapsi deploying everything and anything he can when he can, hoping that he can buy time for his team, but he's buying time. He's not buying an exit.
Yeah, he's definitely not buying an exit. They've got this Caustic that can keep the other team away from them for now, but it's not like Team Emmanuel wants to go inside. They just want to make sure that this particular team stays inside and dies over there. They want to turn that into their burial ground. And while they've already got one team cornered inside that house, Team Emmanuel spot another one across the other side of the crack. And they're like, yeah, we're going to race you into the zone first. We take the train tracks for ourselves. Oh, and look at that. The first team that was trapped inside is now getting pushed by the other ones. Emmanuel are going to be so happy about it.
This is now a position where, with 4 squads left, this is a surprisingly big zone actually for 4 squads. Instant crack from that Hemlock, lovely shooting from End of Days here. And Team Goated and Emmanuel both have had some incredible performances this map. My question is, where are our veterans? What are they going to be able to do here as we continue to see a hailfire of utility, these ults being deployed very frivolously, just try and do that early damage. And even a relocation comes up from the Valkyrie. This is perfect.
Oh, and this is indeed a damn good relocation. They can avoid Team Manual in this process. Even Team DNZ can be avoided for that matter, but DNZ are just too busy fighting Revenant Esports right now, so they've got problems of their own. They're going to race into the other side of the zone, a place where there's no other team in the vicinity, so they can easily heal up and get space for themselves. But Emmanuel, they are busy chasing Revenant Esports. The last surviving member, Mixius, he's got a lot of heavy lifting to do. Forget about heavy lifting, he has a lot of heavy shielding to do, but I don't think he's got the time to do it. He runs straight into DNZ, and that's going to be the end of his story.
Absolutely, a lot of damage comes out now, continuing to harass and harangue these players here. The MP is desperately trying to survive, but PP holds on. SA also able to shield up, but this is at the loss of their Caustic. Now even going into the Gibby ult, they're taking so much damage pressed up against the end of the zone. They are running out of movement, they're running out of places to run here.
Yeah, they're running out of places to run. DNZ really want to go full send in over here, but they've lost the Gibby and they're very low on HP too. The smoke really doesn't protect him because Shiva's got a digi threat on his gun and he can see SA through that smoke. It's not going to keep him safe. They continue moving closer and closer. The defensive bombardment wreaking havoc on their opponents, and they're not finding any connections from the defensive bombardment. So now Team Goated's thinking, where did these guys go?
Why did they say a lot of? She sees all of them going towards him now, and has to try and dodge through his own shield. He just can't do it. He's overwhelmed. Team Goated, they lose a player, unfortunately, to spread out. And now for the members of Emmanuel, having had such a dominant game, it would be rightfully so if they would be the ones to take that final crown. More utility being deployed by these Valkyries, desperately trying to outmaneuver one another thanks to the space these rockets provide. However, that doesn't phase Emmanuel. They want one thing, and that's blood. Pushing into this team, it's a bit of early damage to the red shields. However, they're not quite able to crack anyone yet. Instead, they go for the zone. They play the zone, not the players. This could be perfect.
Oh, this is indeed perfect. They're using the smoke as cover, which actually works against them. Little do they know that Twitch Asia XD, this guy is on a prowl. He's going up close and personal to finish off what he started. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Emmanuel win the last game of the day in such a dominant fashion too. Not only were they really good at fighting, but they also knew when to get out of a sticky situation and let the other teams finish off the job for them. That's called unpaid labor, and Team Emmanuel, they excel in it.
I mean, I think for Team Emmanuel, once they had that Watson play with the black hole that just instantly killed 3 players, I think from that point onwards, Emmanuel knew they'd won that game. I think the confidence of the momentum was riding so strong with them at that point, they could have fought anyone.
Yeah, and that was such a valuable black hole too. I've seen black holes which are able to catch like 1 or 2 people at max, but this one caught every single player. The nades connected, and they wiped out a squad like within 10 seconds, right? Which is so rare. We've seen fights which drag on for more than 1-2 minutes. Sometimes the fights last an entire circle. And then there's this. Less than 10 seconds and everyone's dead.
Yeah. I mean, on topic of 10 seconds, everyone's dead. Emmanuel, they were also the ones who third-partied Reignite. I said I wanted to see one of these teams gang up on the guys at the top, and they absolutely did. So, Emmanuel, that is a well-earned victory there, and it comes off of some incredible plays.
Indeed. Let's take a look at the highlights and take a look at what Emmanuel was able to do. And I just have one question. Where was this team up in the previous games? We didn't see too many impressive performances from. Yeah, exactly, right? Rather than where did they go, I would ask, where did they come from all of a sudden? Because they did not have such impressive performances up until now.
That's very true. And now for, I really want to see this highlight, just that black hole. For me, that was just perfect. It was absolutely incredible. And for ANT, I think the trap they fell into is they fought for this building for what felt like about 10 minutes.
Exactly, like such a long fight. Like, they wanted a third party on this fight a very long time ago.
Here it is.
Then they saw
Look at it. Oh my.
This shouldn't be on YouTube. This is just a bit too much. But yeah, that's the power of Team Emmanuel. 10 seconds and they're all dead. But yeah, coming back to the previous point about ATH and that other fight over there. They wanted a third party, but they were like, yeah, let's fourth instead. And that fight went on for way too long. And that's what caused trouble for both of these teams. And Revenant Esports, I have to say that given the circumstances they were in, they should have died a long time ago. But still, Mexius managed to keep himself alive for so long. He took 2 more kills before he finally went down. So that is just nuts.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I mean, honestly, just fair play to Emmanuel. Yes, they third-partied a fair few fights, but the fights they even took a direct fight in, they just overwhelmed their opponents. They just straight won. There was no messing about with it. And it meant that with such a low time to kill as well, they were able to get their both meds up, they were able to shield up before the even third parties to them were able to actually engage.
Exactly. Like, if one of their players falls low on health, he falls back, goes ahead and shield. The other 2 players cover him, and they're the ones who start playing more aggressively when the other player is sitting back there. So it's almost like it's almost like a non-stop factory, right? You have different shifts, different people come in at different times to finish the job, and they do it ruthlessly, efficiently.
They absolutely do. With that, though, that is the final game of the day. Now, before we do see the overall standings, Crips, is there a team you think has done particularly? Is there a team you think is going to take that rank 1 spot? More importantly, is there a team that you want to see do a little bit better in the future? Because for me, Team Emmanuel, they've won my heart here.
Oh, definitely the one my heart over here. But Team Goated also getting so many kills.
Mm.
It's about time they showed up. They were super dominant during the qualifiers. In fact, during the qualifiers, they were so dominant that within the first game itself, they accumulated enough points. They knew that they're gonna make it to the next stage. They knew
Yeah.
they're gonna make it to the groups. And I wanted to see this performance from Team Goated since a very long time. It's
Yeah, yeah.
almost unfair that we had to wait until the end of the day to see this.
I mean, hey, you get to end on a high if your team goes in. More importantly, you get to go into day 2 with the confidence that you can beat the likes of Revenant, the likes of X10, the like of Reignite. And for me, that confidence alone is enough. Bear in mind that a lot of the time when you are in a tournament, your confidence doesn't come from how you start; it comes from how you end.
Yeah, it's how you win. I mean, you end the day on a high note, you feel confident about yourselves, and then as you step into day 2, that momentum is going to be carried throughout all 5 games of the day, so it's a win-win for you, right? But
Yeah.
like I said, Team Burger, take a look at how much they were able to earn. They were only able to earn 1 point. So
Yeah.
I guess it is indeed true, right? Team Burger can perform well on Storm Point, but
Yeah.
whenever it comes to World's Edge, they kind of suffer. At least
They really
that's what the
struggle.
storyline for Team Burger was today. Maybe that thing will change tomorrow.
Hopefully it will, because if you can only play one map, then kind of you're only going to be able to get points 50% of the time, right?
Yeah.
It could be that for Stormfront. They are just a much more aggressive team, and they just haven't been winning their gunfights. We'll have to see how that sort of evolves for the team over the course of the next couple of days. But I want to really highlight, for me, isn't Reignite, because I think they're everyone's fan favorites. For me, it's Revenant, who I think did the best here, purely because they had that consistency. More importantly, I like the way of fighting where a lot of the time it's just get a kill, move on to the next one, move on to the next one, move on to the next one, and they sort of resupply themselves with each team they kill rather than going back to losing.
Oh, Revenant Esports definitely showed up over here.
Mm.
And I knew that
Yeah.
they're a good team, but I didn't know they were good enough to go toe-to-toe against Reignite and
Yeah.
sometimes even surpass them, right? So I'm really happy with the progress that this team has made. Given the way they played in Sweden just a couple of months ago, I
Mhm.
did not think that they would improve so much in such a short amount of time.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely right. They did just play at their minds there. Now, Crips, the main question is, can they do it consistently? Bear in mind, this tournament runs, I believe
That's a good
it's
question.
3 days of qualifiers, and then we have the finals, I believe is how it's structured. I could be wrong there. Let me correct myself.
So the finals start on 22nd, and
Yeah.
after that it's going to be a series of games till 24th. So today
Yeah.
is 20th, 21st, and 22nd. So yeah, we've got like 2 more days, and that should be
Yeah.
pretty fun.
Yep.
Although
So
I'm
3 days
not,
qualifiers, then 2 days of finals. It's going
yeah.
to be action packed. That is for sure.
Mm.
Crips. Now, I for me going into tomorrow, I'm really looking forward to seeing if X10 can start stepping up a bit here, because X10 for me looks a little bit inconsistent today.
I'm not sure if X10 is going to be playing tomorrow because honestly, the
Oh,
groups
you're
will
right. It's a separate
change.
group.
The
Separate
groups
group.
will
You're right.
change, yeah. So I'm not exactly sure which groups are going to be playing tomorrow. We'll find that
In
out
the
in just a
future,
little
then.
bit, and we'll let
Yeah.
you know. But
Yeah.
yeah, regardless of whoever plays tomorrow, I just hope that the teams who played today are able to keep up the momentum tomorrow as well,
Yeah.
right? I mean, today they're
Absolutely.
going to learn a few things about the teams that they saw. Tomorrow, if they are playing again, the whole lobby is going to give off a different vibe because their opponents itself are different. So I just
Yeah.
hope they don't go into that battle preparing for something completely else. It would be like trying to appear for an English exam while preparing for maths.
That's what I did. That's why I failed. But
Yeah. Now you know my life story. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, there you go. That was getting
Except
really autobiographical for a second there. But again, just so we'll be able to get our final standings of the day. Who do you think is topping the standings of the day?
I still have to say Reignite, even though the last
I think
game
Revenant.
was yeah, maybe with Revenant's
Yeah.
performance in the last game, they can actually overtake Reignite. But then,
Mm,
given that Revenant, they've been,
yeah,
just hanging out in the top 3. Meanwhile, Reignite, they've
yeah,
been able to just top
absolutely.
all of this. We'll see. The fact that Reignite had a lackluster game towards the end really signifies that Revenant Esports find themselves in awkward situations and are able to
Yeah.
get out of it as well. Meanwhile, Reignite this time, they crumbled. Usually, they
Yeah.
are able to get out of these situations.
Yeah, they truly are. Now, I also want to, while we do have a little break before we bring on the final standings, is I want to talk about Legends. I was not expecting to
Ooh.
see a Newcastle, a Mad Maggie, or I wasn't even expecting to see many Watsons, to be honest. The fact that we saw so many is really impressive, and I even
Yeah.
Ramparts as well.
Oh, exactly. I mean, to some extent, Newcastle and Watson make sense to me because they serve the same purpose
They
as that of a Gibraltar and a Caustic, right? But Rampart, what even like that character doesn't even get love in pubs. Like forget ranked games.
That's
Even
why the
pub
line's
players
drawn.
don't pick it up. So like, what's the point of even picking up a Rampart? And more than that, Jen Burton was able to win the game with a Rampart. That too without using his Sheila. He was just using his wingman and his other weapons. And I'm like, bro, why did you even pick up Rampart in that if you're not gonna use that minigun? And I'm assuming
They almost had to play with it though. They almost had to play with it.
Yeah, but still, towards the later stages of the game,
That's
he didn't
true.
really pull it out. And the only reason I can think why he did that is to rub salt into the wounds of his enemies. I can't really think of anything
Just
else.
the ego pick. Honestly, I quite like it though. To lose to a team who are using a Rampart, that leaves a sting in pubs, and I bet it leaves the even harsher sting in tournaments as well. So maybe that is the reasoning behind it. I mean, if so, then fair play. The ego you've just saved, but I wonder if that's something that we'll see consistently, and maybe going into day 2, day 3, and maybe going to our finals, are we going to see Reignite continue to mess around with compositions, or if that's something they're only really doing in our opening games?
Could be. One character that I would like to see tomorrow is Ashe. While we did see like a couple of Ashes here and there were so many more Ashe players during the qualifiers, and you don't necessarily need an Ashe in World's Edge, but in Storm Point, that's going to help quite a lot. Especially like if you're a super sweaty team, like maybe 1HP or maybe Revenant Esports, sure, go ahead and pick up all those kills. Go ahead and third party all these fights. It also gives you a decent amount of information. So yeah, why not? I would love to see more Ashes. But then at the same time, while Ashe is a little bit more of a sensible pick, I kind of want to see the stupid, wacky picks as well, right? I want to see more Rampart. Okay, not Rampart. What is another character that is wacky and not competitively viable? Mirage. Mirage is like a pretty
Or Revenant.
yeah, or Revenant. Yeah, Revenant is like one of those characters who used to have his own glory days. You know, there was this era when the Revtane combination was insane. The Revenant plus Octane.
Yeah.
We don't see that anymore. I would like to see that getting revived.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully we will. Hopefully we will. I mean, I always like the kind of Mirage Duke plays as well that you can see come out. That was always quite fun. But I think the longer this tournament goes on for, the more competitive it's going to get, and the less likely we are going to be able to see these teams deliver on these kind of wacky compositions. But we can pray, right, Grips? We can pray.
We can pray. And may these teams, answer our prayers. All we want is a little bit of action, a little bit of violence, and, sprinkle that with a little bit of funny moments, some wacky picks, and you've got like the perfect dish. You've got the recipe, you've got the masterpiece.
Zest of cheese as well. Just a little zest of it.
Cheese.
Of cheese. We've always got to have cheese in games like these. Of course.
Yeah, of course.
I believe we're waiting for the overall standings to come out, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the overall standings to come out. And we already confessed that we are pretty damn bad at math. So yeah, now you know why it's taken us so long to figure out the final scoreboard. I guess even the admins are just trying to figure it out. Hey, who's on top? Is it Revenant? Is it Reignite? Is it Revenant? Is it Reignite? Who else is on third position? Oh, doesn't matter. That's what they say.
If I was in that position, I'd be going, all right, 5, 6, 7. Crips, what comes after 7? And that will essentially be the admin comms. So we're very lucky that it's not us calculating the brackets. Instead, we have some people who are much more talented than us doing it. Of course, yeah.
But then again,
out of content, aren't we?
Could be. But then again, it's about all these teams racking up these big numbers, right? And we saw so many different ways of racking up the numbers. I mean, on one end, you have X10, who prioritize the position and position only.
Yeah.
But while they're so focused on position, they can't pick up the kills. In that third game
Yeah.
on Stormpoint, they were able to do no, sorry, not the third game on Stormpoint, the fourth game on Stormpoint,
Fourth, yeah.
they were able to do so well because not only did their position coincide with the edge of the circle, the other teams were away from them. It's not like any other team was sharing a compound with them directly above them or underneath. Everyone else was ahead of them, so they didn't have to worry about their backs. And in situations like those, the positional plays can really pay off dividends. It can help you win the games. But then you pick up an approach like Revenant Esports. They don't always prioritize positioning. Sure, they want to keep themselves safe, but that's the only idea of positioning that they have. They don't want like a power position which they have to defend towards the center of the circle, or a position where they're going to be finding themselves in the final ring. They just want a position where they are safe and they can take pot shots at the enemy teams, and that's all. They are happy, they're content with
Yeah.
that.
What I'm interested to see is whether or not X10 find their consistency. Because as you mentioned, yes, they were able to do quite well when it came down to positioning, and yes, it meant they did sacrifice a few kills in the process. But there are some games where you see them drop and they die within the first 5 teams.
Well, yeah,
And I
that's
think
unfortunate.
that, yeah, you especially when you're combating for kind of top 5, you can't allow that to happen. But we finally have the scoreboard ready. We'll be able to take a look at it. Is it going to be Revenant or Reignite in this top seed? We'll have to see. It's Revenant by quite a distance, by a landslide, actually.
My goodness. Okay, I mean, I knew it's going to be close, but this is not at all the case. I thought Revenant and
Yeah.
Reignite would be going head to head, but Revenant are a mile ahead. Like,
This
the
is
math
without
is
any wins.
oh yeah, this is without this is without any wins. This is just constant top 3 positioning and an average of 10 kills per game.
Average of 10 kills per game.
Actually,
I
no,
think
an
that
average
pretty
of
much
8 kills.
sums up. Oh, pretty much sums up Revenant at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah. They are the ones looking for the kills, Reignite chasing them close behind. But I don't know, man. I still think that Reignite have the bragging rights because they were able to win with a useless character like Rampart. So, yeah, kudos to that. And Esports, surprisingly, giving ATH and Team Goated a run for their money. And Esports, I mean, they were always there in the top 5, but then whenever they reach those last few circles, they always find themselves in an unfortunate position. I mean, you got to consider the second game. They had everything they needed to win, but Team Burger came and just stole that dub away from them.
They really did. And for me, I'm interested to see. Bear in mind, you look at sort of Team Goated, X10 Crit, Emmanuel, S&G. They have only a handful of points between them. Like, it's not going to take much to separate them here. And for me, that means, especially for X10 Crit, who have proven to be inconsistent, if they have a bad game, that's the difference maker between top 10, I think. Which puts even more pressure onto them.
Yeah. Team Burger had a lovely start to the day, but they were only able to perform in the Stormpoint games, and that's exactly why they have positioned themselves at the 10th place now. 24 points only, despite getting a win. Doesn't really seem right to me. Emmanuel, though, they had a terrible start. But then in the last game, they were just able to absolutely annihilate everybody. And because of that, they got a massive boost in their standings, and they now find themselves in 7th place. X10, consistent as ever, but again, focusing a bit much on placements rather than the kills. But they still have a decent mix, so I wouldn't really hold that against them.
Yeah, absolutely right. Is there any team here that you were a little bit disappointed with?
POWERPOP goals, maybe? I know for a fact that they're one of the best teams in South Asia. Same goes with 1HP, but they have just 3 points today. Not a
They've been
single kill.
dominated, yeah.
And
That is
1
worrying.
HP. Exactly. And okay, so a little bit of history over here. Revenant Esports used to have an Indian player called Fat Monster in the team. I don't really see him in the lobby today, but maybe he's coaching them now. I'm not exactly sure about that. But keep in mind that that guy, along with some of the members of 1HP, they were good friends. They used to play along with each other. And to now discover that Revenant Esports have made it all the way to the number 1 position, meanwhile 1HP still just left behind in the dust, it's kind of sad. I thought they would at least be able to keep up with them.
I would have liked to have seen that as well. However, I'm actually pretty impressed, to be honest, with most of the teams here. I don't think we didn't see anything today where we went, damn, that was bad. Like it was just a team playing good and a team playing better. And so I think if we are able to kind of keep that consistency as we move into the final 2 games of the qualifier, there's final 2 days of the qualifier, there's really going to be some good Apex to watch.
Oh, definitely. Tomorrow is going to be an absolute treat to the eyes because 2 new groups will be coming through. Not 2 new groups, 1 new group will be coming in. One of these groups will continue playing. We don't know what groups are going to be there tomorrow, but we will definitely let you know. Anyway, you guys know the distribution of the groups, which teams are in which one. So if it's group B and C, then you'll know exactly who's playing. But once again, we'll let you know tomorrow. Which basically means you need to subscribe to this channel and make sure that you hit the bell icon as well so that you know when we go live. Don't miss out on these games. Trust me, you don't want to.
Oh, you said it beautifully. With that, of course, I believe that's the end of today. If I'm not mistaken. And so with that, I've been your caster Kramer 3. I've been joined by the wonderful Crips. Remember to do just as Crips said, subscribe to the channel, click that bell icon to know when we next go live, which will be, I assume, the same time tomorrow. If not, we'll be able to update you on this channel. So with that, have a wonderful day. We'll see you at the same time tomorrow. Bye bye.
I'm trying to touch the states this time. 2021. Gotta show him I can still rap though.
Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. First it with the beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the back like here I go again. Outside says the chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma make, keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8 day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me. I don't need you, boo, I style me. I roll G's and they grind me. Now I'm on my game, nothing is the same. Who am I to blame? Money made me change. Cardi in my ring when I'm switching lanes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Now I got a buck for all those rainy days. Ain't have a day off in like 80 days. I got hustles in like 80 ways. Kids if he won't take a lazy day. Wifey on me told me take a break. I keep going to the paper straight. Then it's trips out to Montego Bay. If I take the job, bet I get it done. I said it before, I'm a 101. I just caught some ones, only wearing ones. Fornicate the funds, money made me calm. Diamonds on your neck, bet they on your neck. You want that watch, you better rock a tech. You want that chain, you better cop a vest. You want the check, but can you make it stretch?